My husband sold me to his older brother for one night. Then I got pregnant, and the wrong brother tried to claim the baby. This is my story. Let's begin. Nico Bellandi only touched me in public when he needed witnesses to believe I belonged to him. His hand rested at the small of my back as we climbed the marble steps of Bellandi House, heavy enough to guide, light enough to deny. From a distance, it probably looked affectionate. A husband escorting his wife into a family dinner, a handsome younger son with his pretty bride, a polished marriage wrapped in black silk and old money. Up close, his fingers were a warning. "Smile," he murmured without looking at me. "You look like I dragged you here." I kept my face still. "You did." His hand pressed harder. Not enough to hurt. Enough to remind me he knew exactly how much pressure a woman could endure before anyone else noticed. The front doors opened before we reached them. Warm gold light spilled across the steps, touching the black columns, the iron lanterns, the stone lions crouched on either side of the entrance. Bellandi House never looked welcoming. It looked like it had survived wars, betrayals, funerals, and weddings, and considered them all equally temporary. It was not a home. It was a throat. Every time I walked into it, I felt swallowed. Nico bent close, his mouth near my ear. "Do not embarrass me tonight, Alessia." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because embarrassment was the only thing Nico had ever successfully given me. Inside, the grand hall glittered beneath chandeliers so old they looked like they had watched generations of women enter with hopeful eyes and leave with quieter voices. Men in dark suits stood in clusters near carved archways. Women in diamonds and silk moved like beautiful knives. Servants drifted between them with trays of champagne no one needed, but everyone accepted because Bellandi blood liked its poison poured elegantly. Nico's hand stayed at my back, a show of possession, a lie with fingers. I kept my shoulders straight and let my face become the one I had perfected over the last year. Calm, pretty, empty enough to offend no one. That was what they wanted from me. Not conversation, not opinion, not grief, just a wife-shaped silence. Near the entrance to the west corridor, Ronaldo waited with his hands clasped in front of him. He was Nico's man, though he wore Bellandi colors. Broad shoulders, blunt jaw, eyes that always seemed to measure exits before faces. He had the kind of loyalty that did not come from love. It came from knowing where bodies were buried and who paid to keep them there. The moment Nico saw him, his hand on my back twitched, tiny, almost nothing, but I felt it. Ronaldo leaned in and whispered something I could not hear. Nico's expression changed so quickly no one else would have caught it. The charming mouth tightened. His eyes flicked toward the second floor, then toward the far end of the hall. Fear. There. And gone. He covered it with a laugh loud enough to make an aunt turn her head and smile. "Later," Nico said through his teeth. Ronaldo's gaze slid to me, cold, assessing. Then away, as if I were furniture placed too close to a conversation. Nico turned to me with that soft, beautiful cruelty he saved for moments no one was close enough to overhear. "You see shadows everywhere now?" "I see what is in front of me. That is your problem." His smile sharpened as a cousin approached with a greeting. "You were prettier when you did less seeing." Then the cousin kissed my cheeks, Nico became charming, and the performance began. I had learned something in my year as Nico Bellandi's wife. Men like him did not become cruel when doors closed. They became honest. In public, Nico was warmth, easy laughter, a hand lifted in greeting, a perfectly cut navy suit. The younger brother with too much charm and too little responsibility. Women forgave him before he apologized. Men underestimated him, until he cost them money. I stood beside him like the expensive mistake everyone had expected him to grow bored with. And across the hall, Dario Bellandi turned his head and saw me. The room changed. It always did when Dario noticed something. No one announced him. No one had to. Power did not need entrance music. It altered the air. He stood near the fireplace beneath a portrait of some long-dead Bellandi patriarch, dressed in black as if he had personally outlawed color. Tall, still, broad through the shoulders, his dark hair swept back from a face too controlled to be called handsome politely. Handsome suggested softness. Dario was not soft. Dario looked carved, not from marble, from consequence. Men shifted when he glanced their way. Conversations tightened. Even laughter became more careful, as if the sound might owe him respect. His eyes found Nico first, then me. My breath snagged, traitorous and quiet. A year should have been enough to kill whatever had lived between Dario Bellandi and me before my wedding. A year of Nico's name, a year of cold dinners and colder beds, a year of learning that love did not die dramatically. Sometimes it suffocated beneath politeness, ring weight, and the daily humiliation of being chosen by the wrong brother. But Dario's gaze still knew where to cut. Not my face, not my mouth, my wrist. The place Nico's fingers had pressed too hard 2 nights ago. I lowered my hand before I could stop myself. Dario's jaw moved once. No one else would have noticed. I did. Because once, before I became his brother's wife, Dario had looked at me like he was one bad decision away from ruining us both. The memory came without permission. A chapel corridor, candle smoke, rain striking stained glass, my wedding dress hanging in the next room like a sentence already written. Dario standing too close and not close enough, his voice low when he said, "Are you afraid?" I had said no because I was 23 and proud and terrified of wanting the wrong man to save me. He had looked at me for too long, long enough for hope to become dangerous, long enough for me to think he might say the one thing that would stop everything. Do not marry him. Choose me. Run. Anything. Instead, Dario had stepped back, and the next morning I married Nico. The memory burned fast and vanished beneath Nico's voice. "There he is," Nico said lightly, already guiding me forward. "My brother, the executioner." Dario did not smile when we approached. He looked at Nico as if his younger brother were a calculation that had begun to bore him. "Nico." "Dario." Nico lifted a glass from a passing tray and took a sip. "You look thrilled to see family." "I prefer family that arrives on time." "We are 6 minutes late." 7, Nico laughed. Dario did not. His eyes moved to me. "Alessia." My name in his mouth did not sound like an accusation or a possession. That alone made it dangerous. "Dario," I said. Nico's hand slid from my back to my waist. The shift was subtle, a claim, a reminder. Dario saw it. He saw everything except the things that might have saved me when it still mattered. "Dinner is being served," he said. Then he turned and walked away, and the room seemed to give him a path before his shoes touched the floor. Nico leaned close, smiling for anyone watching. "Careful," he whispered. "You look at him like a widow." I looked at him then. Really looked. At the perfect line of his jaw. The expensive watch, bought with money I suspected he no longer had. The beautiful mouth that had never kissed me without making me feel like he was proving something to himself. "And you look at him like a debtor," I said softly. His smile froze. For 1 second, the mask slipped. Then he gripped my waist hard enough to bruise and steered me toward the dining room. The Bellandi dining room was made for intimidation. Long table, high ceiling, black paneled walls, silver candlesticks, family crests carved into chair backs, the kind of room where meals were less about food and more about seating arrangements. Power sat at the head. Loyalty sat close. Weakness was placed where everyone could watch it sweat. Dario took the head of the table. Nico and I were seated halfway down, close enough to matter, far enough to be reminded we did not. I sat with my hands in my lap and watched. That was what Nico never understood. He mistook silence for absence. My silence had been the only room I owned for a year, and I had filled it with details, the way Ronaldo stood near the door instead of with the other soldiers. The way Nico checked his phone under the table twice before the first course. The way his knee bounced once beneath the tablecloth when Dario asked Massimo something too low for me to hear. Massimo stood behind Dario's right shoulder, broad and expressionless, the only man in the room who looked less like family and more like a verdict waiting for instructions. A folded paper sat near Nico's bread plate. I noticed it because Nico noticed it too late. Ronaldo must have slipped it there. The paper was small, cream-colored, marked only with a black line across one corner. Nico's hand moved toward it, stopped, then retreated when Dario looked up. Interesting. The first course was placed in front of us. Some kind of delicate fish arranged over greens too pretty to taste real. Nico began performing. He told a story about a banker who thought he could cheat a Bellandi shipment. People laughed. He exaggerated a cousin's accent. More laughter. He poured charm down the table like wine, and everyone drank because it was easier than asking why his hands shook when he reached for his glass. I kept my eyes lowered just enough to seem obedient, not enough to miss things. Aunt Viviana sat across from me wearing pearls the size of small sins. She had spent my first 6 months as Nico's wife asking if I had settled into married life. After that, her questions changed. Less warmth, more calculation. Tonight, her gaze dropped to my stomach. Before it reached my face, that look had become familiar. Assessment, disappointment, an inventory of absence. "So," she said, her voice soft enough to pretend kindness, "has married life become easier, Alessia?" Nico's fingers tightened around his fork. I felt the warning before he spoke. "My wife has many talents," he said. "Ease is not one of them." A few people chuckled. Dario did not. Viviana gave Nico a fondly scolding smile. "Be kind." "I am always kind." That earned louder laughter. I lifted my glass, buying myself half a second. "I find married life very educational." Nico looked at me. Dario did too. Viviana tilted her head. "Educational?" "Yes." I set the glass down. "I have learned many things I was not taught before." Nico's voice went silk soft. "Such as?" I looked at my plate. "That expensive things are not always valuable." A hush, brief and sharp, opened around our section of the table. Then someone coughed. Nico smiled. It was a terrible smile. He leaned back, lifting his wine. "She has developed a philosopher's bitterness lately." "Marriage does deepen some women," Viviana said. Another elder, Uncle Arturo, made a low, thoughtful noise from farther down the table. "Marriage is meant to produce more than depth." There it was. The subject everyone had circled for months, now placed on the table between the fish and the wine. My hands stilled in my lap. Nico did not hesitate. That was the cruelty of him. He could be trembling over debts one moment and still find perfect aim for me the next. "Believe me, Uncle," he said with a sigh dramatic enough to be charming if the blade had not been buried in my body. "I have tried to make this marriage useful." Heat crawled up my neck. No one laughed immediately this time. They waited to see how vulgar he intended to be. Nico gave them just enough. "What can a man do," he continued, swirling wine in his glass, "when the field refuses seed?" The room went quiet. Not horrified quiet, curious quiet, the kind of quiet people gave cruelty when they were deciding whether it was socially safe to enjoy. My body went very still. The plate in front of me blurred for 1 second, then sharpened too much. Silver fork, green herbs, white fish, a drop of sauce shaped like a tear. My wedding ring catching candlelight like a shackle polished for company. I did not lower my head. I would not give him that. Nico placed his hand over mine on the table. Public tenderness. Private punishment. His thumb pressed into my knuckles. "Do not look so wounded, darling. Families ask these things." A woman down the table murmured, "Nico." But not sharply. Not enough. Never enough. Dario's glass touched the table. Only that, a small sound. Crystal to wood. Every man near him went still. He did not speak immediately. He looked at Nico for one long, soundless moment, and something in the room remembered who sat at the head of the table. Nico's smile twitched. Then Dario said, "A man concerned with heirs should first prove he can manage what he already inherited." The silence changed shape. Nico's hand left mine. My skin throbbed where his thumb had pressed. Dario did not look at me after defending me. That almost made it worse. He had not defended me like a woman he cared for. He had attacked Nico like a dawn-correcting waste. Maybe that was all I was to him now. A useful place to cut his brother. The conversation restarted badly after that, dragging itself over safer subjects. Property, imports, a charity auction, some cousin's engagement. The table tried to pretend nothing had happened because powerful families were built on that talent. Ignore the blood until it stained something expensive. Nico's phone buzzed again. He looked down too quickly. This time, I saw part of the message. Not all of it. Just one word at the top. Valcari. His face lost color. Then he grabbed his wine and drank too much. My pulse changed. Valcari. I had seen that name before, not spoken openly in Bellandi house, never with warmth. It appeared in fragments. Receipts Nico burned halfway. Numbers written on envelopes. A name muttered behind locked doors when he thought I had finally learned not to listen. I had not learned that. I had learned to listen better. Nico pushed his chair back abruptly. The folded cream paper near his plate slipped toward the floor. No one else noticed. I did. It fell beneath the table near my shoe. Nico was too busy laughing too loudly at something Arturo said, trying to cover the fact that his phone had just turned his bones to water. I shifted my foot carefully. The paper brushed the hem of my dress. I leaned down as if retrieving my napkin. My fingers closed around the note. Small, warm from the room. Dangerous because Nico wanted it hidden. I slid it beneath my napkin in my lap and opened it with the slow patience of a woman who had spent a year surviving by not being seen. Only a few lines, a number, a date, a location. And beneath it, written in a hard, hurried hand, Severin wants collateral by dawn. My breath stopped. Collateral. The word had weight. Not debt. Not payment. Collateral. A thing pledged before loss. A thing seized when men failed. I folded the paper again before Nico could look down. My heart beat so hard I felt it in my throat. Dario was watching me, across the table. Not obviously. Not enough for anyone else to track. But his eyes were on my hands, and I knew with cold certainty that he had seen me take the note. For 1 second, the room narrowed between us. He knew I knew something. I knew he knew I was not as blind as Nico believed. Nico leaned toward me, voice pleasant for the table. Are you unwell? I placed the folded note beneath the edge of my plate and met his eyes. Only tired. From what? The cruelty returned because fear always made him meaner. Doing less seeing? I asked softly. His gaze hardened. Before he could answer, Dario stood. The entire table stopped, not gradually, immediately. Conversations cut off mid-syllable. Forks paused. Servants froze against the walls. Nico looked up too fast, and I saw it again, that tiny betrayal of fear. Dario buttoned his jacket with one hand. Nico, he said. One word. No raised voice, no explanation. Nico smiled with his mouth only. Brother? My office. The room stayed silent. Nico leaned back, trying to look amused. Now? Yes. We are in the middle of dinner. Dario's eyes did not move. You have eaten enough. Someone looked away. Nico's face flushed. Humiliation suited him poorly. He wore cruelty better. He stood slowly, smoothing the front of his jacket. Of course. Then his gaze cut to me. Come. My fingers tightened under the table. Dario's voice dropped. No. The word hit the room like a locked door. Nico turned. She is my wife. Then stop using her as armor. No one breathed. My pulse pounded in my ears. Nico smiled. Not because he was amused, because he was cornered. Family matters concern family. Dario stepped away from the head of the table. Bring her then. My stomach sank. Nico's smile returned, sharper now. He had won something small and ugly, and he knew it. He extended his hand to me. I stood without taking it. That tiny refusal cost me. I felt it in the way his eyes promised later. But there might not be a later if the word collateral meant what my bones were beginning to fear. I palmed the note beneath my plate and slipped it into the hidden pocket sewn into the side seam of my dress. Nico had once mocked me for insisting on pockets in evening clothes. He had called it practical peasant paranoia. I called it survival. We left the dining room under the weight of 100 eyes. No one spoke. No one helped. No one asked why the Don had summoned his brother in the middle of dinner over money moving through enemy hands. Because Bellandi House had rules. Do not ask what the Don already knows. Do not pity what the family has chosen to ignore. Do not bleed where guests can see. The corridor to Dario's office felt colder than the dining room. The chandeliers gave way to wall sconces. The polished family elegance thinned into something older, darker. Portraits watched from the walls, dead Bellandi men with dead Bellandi eyes, each of them looking as if they had built this family from bone and expected their sons to keep paying the price. Nico walked beside me, no longer touching. That frightened me more. His anger was quiet now. Quiet anger meant he was thinking. Dario walked ahead with Massimo at his side. Ronaldo followed several paces behind us, his face blank, but his eyes shifted to the pocket of my dress once. My blood went cold. Had he seen? No, maybe. I kept walking. Nico leaned toward me without turning his head. Whatever you think you saw tonight, he whispered, forget it. I looked straight ahead at Dario's back. And if I do not, his mouth came close to my ear, then I remind you what a wife owes. Something inside me Some old tired thing that had endured a year of swallowing replies until they became stones in my stomach lifted its head. You would have to know what a husband is first. His breath changed. For one heartbeat, I thought he might hit me there in the corridor, with Dario only steps ahead and Massimo near enough to break him open. He did not. Cowardice had always been his most reliable restraint. Dario reached his office doors. Massimo opened them. The room beyond was not like the dining room. No glitter, no performance, dark wood, low lamps, bookshelves, a fireplace unlit despite the cold, a wide desk with documents already laid across it in neat stacks, prepared. Dario had not summoned Nico because of one message. He had been waiting. The realization moved through me slowly, terribly. This dinner had not been family tradition. It had been a trap, and Nico had brought me into it. Dario entered first, Nico followed. I stepped inside last. Massimo closed the door behind us with a soft click. It sounded final. Dario moved behind his desk, but did not sit. He placed both hands on the polished wood and looked at his brother. For a moment, he said nothing. Nico attempted a laugh. Dramatic even for you. Dario slid one document forward, then another, then a third. Bank records, transfer logs, account summaries, names I did not know. Numbers I understood enough to fear. Nico's smile faded one careful inch at a time. Dario's voice was calm. That was the worst thing about it. Explain, he said. Why Bellandi money is moving through Valcari hands. Chapter 2. Dario Bellandi did not raise his voice when he destroyed a man. That was what made it worse. Shouting gave people something to fight against. Rage made a room messy. It gave the guilty man a place to hide. A way to pretend the accusation was emotional instead of factual. Dario did not offer Nico that mercy. He stood behind his desk with his hands braced on either side of the documents, his black suit unwrinkled, his face unreadable, his eyes fixed on his brother with the kind of patience that belonged to executioners and saints. He was neither. The office felt smaller with the door closed, not physically. The room was large, lined with shelves and low lamps and dark wood that smelled faintly of polish, smoke, and old paper. But power took space when Dario stood still. It pressed against the walls. It climbed into my lungs. It made every breath feel like a confession waiting to happen. Nico stood beside me, smiling. Badly. Too much teeth, too little blood in his face. I told you, he said, laughing once through his nose. There are always temporary routing matters when moving shipments through neutral accounts. You know that better than anyone. Dario looked down at the first page. Neutral accounts? Temporary accounts. Valcari accounts. Nico's jaw ticked. The name moved through the room like a blade being set on a table. Valcari. I felt the note in the hidden pocket of my dress as if it had warmed against my skin. Severin wants collateral by dawn. Dario slid another paper forward with 2 fingers. 280,000 from the Eastern Transport Reserve. Nico's smile stiffened. A timing issue. 416,000 from the Palermo route. Reinvestment. 75,000 from Alessia's dowry account. My breath stopped, not because I had not suspected. Because suspicion was a shadow. Hearing it named was a hand around the throat. Nico turned his head slowly toward me, and in his eyes I saw accusation, as if I had reached into the account myself and spent my own value on his failures. His mouth curved. Well, he said lightly, if we are being honest, my wife has never been inexpensive. The room went very still. I did not move. That was what a year with Nico had taught me. There were moments when flinching fed him, when defending myself in the wrong room only gave him a prettier angle to cut. But God, I felt it. The humiliation rushed hot beneath my skin. My dowry, money my family had given with me like a ribboned apology, a price dressed up as protection. I had hated it, then needed it, then forgotten it because no one ever spoke to me about accounts. A wife was told what to wear, where to sit, when to smile, not where her money went. Now I knew. Nico had spent it, maybe gambled it, maybe handed it to enemies, maybe burned it just to keep pretending he was a man. I did not ask for your debts, I said. My voice came out quiet. Too quiet for the violence under it. Nico's eyes narrowed. No, you only ask for dresses, jewels, rooms, staff, doctors when you feel delicate, and every other useless comfort that comes with wearing my name. I asked for none of that. No? He turned fully toward me. You would have preferred poverty? I would have preferred honesty. His laugh was ugly. From a woman who hides notes in her dress? My body chilled. Dario's eyes moved to me. Not sharply, not with accusation. With focus, Ronaldo had seen, or Nico had. Maybe both. My hand did not go to the pocket. I refused to give it away twice. Dario's voice cut cleanly between us. Do not look at her while I am speaking to you. Nico turned back slowly. The flush had returned to his face, climbing from his collar. My marriage is not your concern. Your debts made it my concern. My debts are manageable. Dario picked up a page and read from it without changing expression. Severin Valcari disagrees. Nico stopped breathing for half a second. There, that was the sound I'd been waiting for. Not a gasp, not a cry, just silence where arrogance had been. Dario set the paper down. 3 notes, 2 missed payments, 1 warning delivered through Ronaldo. Renataro after midnight, collateral requested by dawn. The hidden note seemed to burn hotter. My stomach turned. Nico lifted his chin. You are spying on me now? I do not spy on rot, Dario said. I smell it. Nico's mouth thinned. Massimo stood near the door, silent as a locked safe. Ronaldo had not been allowed inside. That mattered. Either Dario did not trust him, or he trusted him enough to know exactly where to place him. I was beginning to suspect there was very little Dario did not already know. Except me. He had not known what I had been pocketing for months. Maybe no one had. That thought steadied me. A little. Dario opened another folder. You stole from this family. I borrowed? You borrowed from Bellandi accounts to pay Valcari interest. Nico's hands flexed at his sides. I was protecting the family from embarrassment. Dario stared at him. For the first time that night, something almost like amusement touched his face. It was not warmth. It was disbelief, sharpened into contempt. You endangered our transport routes, exposed our reserves, signed notes with enemy intermediaries, and used your wife's dowry as a bucket for your leaking pride. Do not use the word protect in my office again. Nico's face darkened. I am still your brother. Yes, the simple agreement felt colder than denial. Dario reached for a pen and tapped it once against the desk. You have until dawn. Nico blinked. For what? To repay what you stole, clear the Valcari line, and explain why Severin's broker believes Bellandi collateral is available to him. A strange ringing started in my ears. Collateral. There it was again, not hidden in a note now, spoken aloud. The word turned the room into a cage with no visible bars. Nico laughed. Only once. Short and false. Dawn is impossible. Then you should have started yesterday. You? No, I do not have that kind of liquidity. I know. Nico looked at him. For the first time, real fear showed. Not the quick flash from dinner, not irritation, fear with roots. You know, Nico repeated. Dario did not answer. Nico swallowed. Then why ask for something you know I cannot give? Because men become honest when the exits close. My skin tightened. Nico looked from the papers to Dario, then to the door, then to me. That was when the room changed. Not loudly, not dramatically, just a shift. A predator realizing the trap had no gap wide enough for his body, but perhaps something smaller could be shoved through in his place. Me. I saw the thought before it became words. Nico's gaze landed on me and stayed. A slow, sick awareness moved through me. No, I said. Neither man had asked a question. That was how I knew. Nico's mouth curved faintly. Be quiet, Alessia. No. Dario's eyes narrowed. Nico turned toward him, suddenly calmer. Too calm. You want equivalent value? Dario went still. Nico? The warning in his voice was soft enough to freeze blood. Nico smiled, a desperate man finding a knife in the dark. What? He said. We are speaking honestly now, are we not? You made a performance of it. Dario's hand closed around the pen. It did not break, but I heard the plastic creak. Nico stepped away from me, not because he feared me, but because he wanted a clearer line of sight to his brother. You have always enjoyed judging me from the high seat, Nico said. Always so controlled, so righteous, so willing to take what father left and pretend you earned all of it alone. Dario did not move. But maybe you and I can settle this as men. Careful. Nico's eyes glittered. With something you actually want. The silence after that was so complete I could hear my own pulse. Dario's gaze did not flick to me. That should have comforted me. It did not. Because Nico did look. He looked at me fully, finally, not as wife, not as woman, not even as person, as solution. I felt my body become aware of itself in pieces. My throat, my hands, my ribs, the ring on my finger, the dress against my skin, the hidden pocket with the note inside. The year I had spent beside this man, sleeping under the same roof, eating across from him, letting the world call me his, and never once imagining he could make me feel more owned than he already had. He proved me wrong. One night, Nico said. The words landed gently. That made them worse. I stared at him. He did not look ashamed. He looked proud of himself. One night with my wife, he continued, as if discussing property, shares, routes. That clears the debt between us. My mouth opened. No sound came out. Dario's face emptied. That was the only word for it. Everything human left the surface so quickly, I almost stepped back. The man behind the desk became colder than the room, older than his body, lethal in a way that did not need movement. Massimo shifted near the door. Just one step. Nico lifted a hand. Do not act shocked. Dario's voice was quiet. You are offering me Alessia. Nico's eyes moved over me, not lovingly, not even lustfully, dismissively. She is my wife, Dario repeated slower. You are offering me Alessia. As settlement. Nico's tone sharpened defensively. Temporary settlement. I found my voice. No. Nico's head turned toward me, irritated, as if I had interrupted a transaction by pretending I belonged in it. No one is speaking to you. That broke something. Not loudly. Something small and final inside me simply stopped trying to survive him politely. I said no. Nico's face hardened. Dario still had not looked at me. I hated him for that. I needed him to look. I needed someone in the room to remember I was flesh and not paperwork. Nico stepped toward me. Do not humiliate me. The laugh that escaped me was quiet and awful. Humiliate you? Alessia. You offered me to your brother like a bottle from the cellar. His eyes flashed. You are dramatic. You are disgusting. His hand lifted. It did not strike. It did not have time. Dario moved so fast I barely saw him leave the desk. One moment Nico's hand was rising. The next Dario had him by the wrist, twisting it down and back with such controlled force that Nico's knees buckled before pride could stop them. Nico hissed in pain. Dario leaned close to him. If you raise a hand to her in front of me, you lose it. The room did not breathe. Neither did I. Dario released him. Nico stumbled back, clutching his wrist, humiliation now fully visible. His eyes were wet with pain and fury. He looked younger like that, smaller, not harmless, never harmless, but stripped of the charm that usually padded his ugliness. Then he laughed, breathless, ugly. You prove my point. Dario's eyes sharpened. You wanted her before I married her. Do not pretend otherwise. Nico pointed at him with his injured hand trembling. You think I did not see? The chapel. The way she looked at you. The way you stepped back like that made you noble. My stomach dropped. Dario's face did not change, but I felt the wound open. Because Nico knew. Not all of it, maybe, but enough. Enough to make the year behind us feel even dirtier. Nico turned to me with a smile meant to punish both of us. Did you think I never noticed, darling? My wife pining over my brother on our wedding eve like a little saint waiting to be stolen? I wanted to disappear, then hated myself for wanting it. Dario's voice came like a blade laid flat on skin. This is between you and me. No, Nico said. It is not. You asked for collateral. I am offering equal value. I am not collateral, I said. Nico did not even blink. To him, perhaps not. He smiled at Dario. To me, you are the only thing in this room worth enough to interest him. The cruelty was not that he thought me worthless. It was that he understood someone else might not, and he hated me for it. Dario turned away from Nico then. Finally, his eyes came to mine. I braced for pity. If he gave me pity, I would break something. Him, maybe. Myself. The room. I did not know, but there was no pity in Dario's face. There was fury, not the loud kind, the kind buried deep enough to become law. Alessia, he said. My name again. Steady. Human. I did not answer. Maybe because if I opened my mouth, I would scream. Nico exhaled sharply. Do not ask her. She is my wife. Dario's gaze stayed on me. You heard him, he said. The words cut worse than I expected. Yes. Do you understand what he is offering? My nails bit into my palms. Me. Dario's jaw moved once. No. My breath caught. He is offering proof that he has no claim to you worth respecting. Nico scoffed. Beautiful speech. Dario did not look away from me. If I refuse, he said, and each word seemed dragged through restraint. He walks out of this room desperate, humiliated, still owing Severin Valcari, and convinced you are the only asset left to spend. My skin went cold. The note. Collateral by dawn. I understood then. Not fully. Enough. Dario had not said it for drama. He had said it because men like Nico did not make such offers only once. Desperation did not create character. It revealed what was already there. Nico could not repay. Valcari wanted collateral, and I was standing in a room where my husband had just remembered I had a body. Still, I shook my head. That does not give you the right. No, Dario said. It does not. The answer landed too cleanly. No defense, no justification, no claim. It made my anger stumble, and I hated that too. Nico rolled his eyes. Enough. She is not being sold to a butcher. It is one night. My stomach twisted so violently I nearly gagged. One night, like time made it smaller, like ownership could be temporary and therefore clean, like shame had an expiration date. You cannot speak of me like that, I whispered. Nico's eyes hardened. I can speak of my wife however I choose. There it was, the marriage, the ring, the law, the name. Every clean thing turned rotten in his mouth. Dario walked back behind his desk. Slowly, too slowly. Each step felt like the world rearranging itself in a way I could not stop. He looked down at the documents, then at Nico. What are the terms? My heart slammed once against my ribs. No. No. Nico's expression brightened with triumph. One night, she stays here until morning. My debt to you is clear. Dario's voice remained flat. The debt to me. Yes, not Valcari. Nico's mouth tightened. That is separate. Dario picked up the folded paper I had hidden under the plate. My pulse stopped. I had not seen him take it from me. Or perhaps when we entered, Massimo had. Or perhaps Dario had hands in every shadow of this house. He unfolded it and read aloud. Severin wants collateral by dawn. Nico went white. Dario looked at him. Your debt to Valcari is not separate if his collateral crosses my table. Nico swallowed. Dario set the note down. One night does not clear what you owe me. Nico's panic returned. Then what do you want? Dario's eyes flicked to me once. Only once. Then back to Nico. Access. To what? Everything. Your accounts, your private ledgers, your communications with Valcari intermediaries, Ronaldo's routes, the names of every man who handled Bellandi money outside my authority. Nico's jaw clenched. No. Dario's voice did not change. Then the offer is refused. For 1 second, relief almost took my knees. Then Nico looked at me again and smiled. Not because he had lost, because he was deciding where to go next. Fine, he said softly. Refuse. I am sure Severin's men will appreciate beauty more than you do. The room shifted. Massimo's hand moved beneath his jacket. Dario's eyes darkened into something almost inhuman. Nico had overplayed, and he knew it too late. Dario leaned forward with both hands on the desk. Say that again. Nico swallowed, but desperation kept him upright. What? We're all pretending I invented the rules? Wives have settled family matters for centuries. Beds, alliances, heirs, dowries. Do not grow morality now, because the woman is one you wanted first. My blood felt like ice. He truly believed it. That was the horror. Not just that he would sell me, that he could dress it in tradition and call himself practical. Dario stared at him for a long moment. Then he said the word that broke me. Accepted. Silence hit so hard I heard the faint pop of the fireplace settling, though there was no fire. Nico blinked. I stared at Dario. No. The room tilted. No, no, no. Not him. Not after the door he never opened a year ago. Not after the chapel. Not after looking at my wrist. Not after saying my name like it was not property. Dario's face remained unreadable. Nico recovered first. A slow grin spread across his mouth. There he is, he whispered. I could not breathe. My fingers went numb. I took 1 step back, but there was nowhere to go. Door behind me. Men around me. Marriage on my hand. My body suddenly turned into currency by the husband who owned my name and accepted by the man who had once almost felt like escape. Dario looked at Massimo. Take Nico to the lower office. He signs over access now. Nico laughed, too relieved to hide it. At dawn. Now, the smile fell. Dario's voice stayed calm. You do not leave my house with her name still spendable. Nico glanced at me. I saw the calculation in him. The resentment, the victory, the smallness. Then he smoothed his jacket with his uninjured hand. Be charming, Alessia, he said. I did not move. He walked toward me as if to kiss my cheek. Dario's voice stopped him. Touch her, and this room becomes your grave. Nico paused. His eyes glittered. But he did not touch me. Massimo opened the door and gestured for him to leave. Nico went, carrying his relief like a stolen coat. The door closed. I was alone with Dario. For 3 breaths, neither of us spoke. Then the first sound that came from me was not a word. It was almost a laugh, small, broken, unrecognizable. I turned toward him slowly. You accepted. His face changed then. Not much, enough. Alessia. No. My voice cracked on the word. Do not say my name like it means something after that. He came around the desk. I stepped back. He stopped immediately. That made me angrier. Do not perform restraint now. I am not performing. You accepted. Yes. The honesty was obscene. I stared at him. I wanted to hit him. I wanted to scream until every dead Bellandi portrait cracked in its frame. I wanted to peel off my skin because suddenly it felt like everyone in this house had put a price on it. You bought me. No. You said accepted. I accepted the only version of his offer that kept him from walking out of this house and delivering you to Severin Valcari's men before dawn. My breath shook. That is supposed to make me grateful? His eyes flashed. No. The answer stopped me. He looked almost angry now. Not at me, at himself. At him, Dario said. At me, at this house, at every law and tradition that made him believe your body could enter a negotiation. Be furious at all of it. I am. Good? Good? My voice rose. You think my rage is impressive? I think it is alive. The words hit too close. For one terrifying second, tears burned behind my eyes. I turned away before he could see. He had no right to my tears. No right to my shaking hands. No right to the part of me that had once stood in a chapel corridor and waited for him to save me. You should have refused, I whispered. If I refused, he would use you elsewhere. Then stop him. I am. By accepting. By keeping you where his debt cannot touch you. I whirled back on him. His debt touched me the moment he opened his mouth. Dario's expression tightened. I saw the strike land. Good. Let him feel a fraction of it. You think because Severin Valcari is worse, this becomes protection? I stepped toward him now, trembling with fury. You think because you say it, with cleaner hands, it is different? No. Then what is different? The door. I froze. Dario's voice lowered. I will not touch you. Not tonight. Not ever unless you choose it without fear, debt, or revenge in your mouth. Nico thinks he sold me a knight. He did not. He gave me the evidence to gut him. My chest hurt. I wanted to believe him. That was the most dangerous thing in the room. Not Dario. Not Valcari. The want. The exhausted, starving want to believe one man in this family could stand near me without seeing something to own. You expect me to trust you? No. At least you are honest. I expect you to survive tonight. The words came too quietly. They moved through me in a way I did not want. Dario stepped aside, giving me a clear path to the door. Not opening it for me, not blocking it, just making space. I am having you escorted to my private wing, he said. No one will touch you. No one will enter without your permission. The door will stay open. I laughed once, bitterly. Your wing? Yes. How convenient, how protected. Same thing in houses like this. His jaw tightened. You are right to think that. The answer stole the next insult from my mouth. Dario went to the door and opened it. 2 guards waited outside along with Massimo. Dario spoke to them, but his eyes remained on me. She walks. You do not touch her. You do not speak to her unless she speaks first. You do not look at her like she is rumor, debt, or entertainment. The guards straightened. Dario's voice dropped. And the door stays open. If she wants to leave, no one stops her. Massimo's gaze flicked briefly to me. Not pity, respect, maybe, or warning. I did not know. I walked toward the door because my body could still do that much. At the threshold, I stopped. I did not look back fully. If I did, I might see the man from the chapel corridor, and I could not survive grieving him twice in one night. So I looked at the open hallway ahead. Dario. Yes, my voice came out hollow. If this is another kind of cage, I will burn in it before I decorate it for you. Silence. Then his answer came from behind me, low and certain. I would expect nothing less. I stepped into the corridor with my head high, my heart broken cleanly in 2, and the hidden note still pressing against my side like proof that my husband had tried to sell me before dawn. Behind me, Dario Bellandi's office door remained open, and somehow that frightened me more than if he had locked it. Chapter 3. The hallway to Dario Bellandi's private wing felt like the path to a sentence no judge had bothered to read aloud. I walked ahead of the guards because I refused to be escorted like property. Behind me, their shoes struck the marble in careful rhythm. Not too close, not too far. They obeyed Dario's order with the exactness of men who knew disobedience in this house had consequences. No one touched me. No one spoke to me. No one looked directly at me longer than necessary. That should have comforted me. It did not. A woman could be handled without hands. A woman could be moved, positioned, protected, traded, and displayed while every man around her claimed he had not laid a finger on her. I knew that now. I had learned it from my husband. No, from Nico. The word husband felt diseased in my mind after tonight. My ring pressed against my finger as I walked, a thin circle of polished gold that suddenly felt heavier than the entire Bellandi estate. I wanted to tear it off and throw it through one of the arched windows. I wanted to watch it fall into the dark gardens below and disappear in the black hedges where old family secrets probably rotted beneath the roots. But I did not. Not because I valued it, because taking it off in a house like this did not make me free. It only made people ask who had given me permission. The guard stopped at the end of the corridor. Dario's private wing stood beyond a set of dark double doors carved with the Bellandi crest, a wolf beneath a crown, its mouth open around a branch of thorns. Even their symbols knew love and violence grew from the same root here. One guard stepped forward and opened the doors. He did not touch my back, did not gesture me in, did not say my name. Still I felt the invisible push. Go inside. Be convenient. Survive quietly. I crossed the threshold. The doors closed behind me, not locked, but the sound still went through my bones. Dario's private rooms were nothing like Nico's. Nico liked brightness because it made his lies look clean. White walls, gold mirrors, empty vases, polished surfaces where nothing personal stayed long enough to gather dust. Dario's suite looked like a man who expected war even while sleeping. Dark wood, low lamps, heavy curtains, shelves filled with books that appeared read, not staged. A fireplace burned quietly at the far end of a sitting room, the flames contained behind black iron. Beyond an open doorway, I could see the edge of a bed made with charcoal sheets. My stomach tightened. There it was, the bed. The thing Nico had sold, the thing Dario had accepted. The whole room seemed to tilt toward it, even though Dario himself stood nowhere near it. He was by the window, back half turned to me, one hand resting against the frame as he looked down over the estate grounds. His jacket was gone. His black shirt sleeves were rolled to his forearms, revealing strong wrists and the faint shadow of old scars along one arm. He did not turn immediately. Maybe he wanted to give me time. Maybe he did not trust himself to look at me. Maybe I was still stupid enough to search for mercy in the pauses of a man who had said accepted while my husband turned me into payment. I want to leave, I said. Dario turned, not sharply, but fully. The firelight caught the planes of his face and made him look harsher than he had in the office, or maybe the office had been too bright with shock, and now I was finally seeing him clearly. His eyes moved over me once, not like Nico's did, not measuring neckline or waist or usefulness. He looked at my face, my hands, the stiff line of my shoulders. He looked at the places fear lived when pride tried to stand over it. Then leave, he said. I laughed. It came out brittle. Just like that? Yes. Do not insult me. I am not. You had me brought to your wing. I had you brought away from Nico, Ronaldo, and any Valcari contact who might already be inside this house. Convenient that the safest place is your bedroom. His jaw tightened. This is not my bedroom. I glanced past him toward the open doorway. No? This is my private wing. There are 3 rooms. You can take the bedroom. I will not enter it. That is very noble of you after buying the night. A flicker crossed his face. Good. I wanted every word to cut. I wanted him bleeding internally beneath all that control. Dario walked toward the door. My body tensed before I could stop it. He saw. He stopped with one hand still lowered at his side. I am not locking it. I said nothing. He moved slower this time, each step deliberate, as if I were a wild thing, and he had finally understood sudden movements made me ready to bite. He reached the door and opened it. The hallway waited beyond it, empty, lit, open. Dario stepped aside. There. I stared at the opening. It should have been simple, a door, a hallway, freedom-shaped space, but my feet did not move. Anger rose so fast it almost choked me, because the cruelest part was not that he had opened the door, it was that my body did not believe in open doors anymore. Nico had taught it better. Dario's voice came quietly. Test it. I looked at him. What? Walk out if you need to know, and if one of your guards stops me? They will not. Because you said so? Yes. The certainty in that one word made me hate him again. Men like Dario could say yes and alter the behavior of armed men. Nico could say my wife and alter the shape of my life. Powerful men turned language into walls, doors, cages, contracts. I had only ever had silence. I do not trust you, I said. I know. Stop saying things like that. Like what? Like you understand me. His eyes held mine. I understand what I have done. No. I stepped closer, anger dragging me forward because fear was too humiliating to stand in alone. You understand strategy. You understand debts and routes and Valcari pressure and all the little pieces on your board. Do not stand there and tell me you understand what it felt like to hear my husband offer me to you and then hear you accept. The room went still around us. Even the fire seemed quieter. Dario's expression did not soften. That would have enraged me. It did something worse. It took the blow. No, he said. I do not understand how that felt. My throat tightened, but I understand that I helped make it possible. I blinked. The words were not dramatic, not pleaded, not polished into apology. They were simply placed between us like a weapon he had turned toward himself. I hated that too. You think admitting that helps? No. Then why say it? Because it is true. Truth. The Bellandi family loved that word only after it had been made safe. I looked away first. A mistake. My eyes landed on the bed again, the dark sheets, the clean lines, the quiet horror of possibility. Dario followed my gaze. I will not touch you. Because you are so honorable? No. Then why? Because you do not want me to. My laugh cracked. You know nothing about what I want. His silence shifted, subtle, dangerous. My pulse reacted before my mind did, and I hated my body for that betrayal. Dario looked at me with the kind of control that proved control was needed. Whatever lived beneath it had teeth. No, he said, I do not. The honesty was not safe. It moved too close to the memory I was trying not to touch. The chapel corridor. Rain at the stained glass windows. Dario standing near enough that the air between us felt like it had a heartbeat. I should have stopped. I should have walked through the door just to prove I could. Instead, I said, Did you want me then? His eyes sharpened. Alessia. No. My voice steadied because pain did that sometimes. It burned away the trembling. Do not say my name like a warning. Answer me. He was very still. Before the wedding, I said. In the chapel corridor. Did I imagine it? The open door waited behind him. The fire warmed one side of my body. The ring on my finger felt like a witness called too late. Dario did not answer quickly. That was answer enough, but I needed the words. I needed them because for a year I had lived inside the possibility that I had invented the whole thing. That the way he had looked at me, the almost touch at my elbow, the roughness in his voice when he asked if I was afraid, maybe all of it had been my fear making a savior out of the wrong man. Did I imagine it? I asked again. His voice came low. No. Something in my chest gave way. Not relief. Not exactly. More like an old locked room opening and the air inside it proving it had been rotten all along. I looked at him. You wanted me. Yes. The word landed harder than a denial would have. I swallowed. And you let me marry him. His jaw flexed. Yes. The second yes hurt worse than the first. I nodded once, almost to myself. There it is. I thought stepping back was the only honorable thing left to me. Honor. The word came out poisonous. If Dario did not defend it. Good. I moved toward him, one step then another. He did not move away. You stood in a chapel corridor the night before my wedding and looked at me like you were starving, I said. Then the next morning you watched me walk toward your brother. His face changed at last, barely, but enough. Do not think I have forgotten. I hope you remember every second. I do. No, I came closer until the space between us was thin and hot and alive. As I hope you remember the exact moment you decided silence was kinder than ruining me. His voice roughened. Alessia. Because I remember what happened after. My eyes burned now, but tears would not fall. I would not let them. I remember Nico's hand on my back, Nico's ring on my finger, Nico's bed I was expected to share, and his coldness when I was not useful enough to touch. I remember a year of being looked at like a failed investment, while the man who could have stopped it sat at the head of every table and said nothing. He took that too. Every word, every strike. Not flinching, not softening, just bleeding where no one could see. I was wrong, he said. The simplicity almost ruined me. Do you want applause? No. Forgiveness? No. Then what do you want? His eyes dropped to my mouth for half a second. Half a second. Not even enough for most people to see. I saw. My body saw. The air changed. When his eyes lifted back to mine, they were darker. I want you safe tonight. The answer should have calmed me. Instead, it set fire to my anger. Safe. Protected. Moved. Escorted. Open door. Same house. Same men. Same language, dressed in better clothes. And tomorrow, I asked, we deal with Nico? We? If you choose to. If I choose, I gave a soft, bitter laugh. You keep offering me choice like it is a ribbon you can tie around captivity. His hand flexed once at his side. Then take the door. The words struck between us. Not cruel, not gentle. A challenge. I looked past him at the open hallway. I could walk out. I could. The guards would not stop me if Dario had ordered them not to. I believed that much. But where would I go? Back to Nico's rooms? To my family, who had married me into this house and called it protection? Into the city with a Valcari note in my pocket and Severin's men wanting collateral by dawn? A door was only freedom if the world beyond it was not another mouth waiting to close. I hated him because he knew that. I hated myself because staying still felt like surrender, even when leaving would be suicide. I have nowhere to go, I whispered. Dario's face tightened. That is not choice. No, he said. The answer hit softly. He knew. He knew the open door was not enough. He knew that freedom with a trap outside was only a different kind of cruelty. I turned away before he could see what that acknowledgement did to me. The fire had burned lower. Its light moved over the walls, over the dark furniture, over the expensive quiet of a room that had probably never held a woman who did not know whether she had been rescued or relocated. My hands were shaking. I folded them together. Dario noticed. Did Nico hurt you tonight? I laughed under my breath. What a strange question. Physically. And if I say no, does that make tonight cleaner? No. I looked at him over my shoulder. His face was stone, but his eyes were not. I should not have felt the pull of that. The dangerous gravity of a man who held himself still because something inside him wanted to break the world open for me. I should have hated every part of him. I did hate him. Enough. Not enough. He grabbed my waist, I said, pressed my hand at dinner. Nothing new. Dario's gaze lowered to my hand. My knuckles still carried faint redness from Nico's thumb. He moved one step. I turned fully toward him. Do not. He stopped. Immediate. No argument, no wounded pride. Just stopped. It infuriated me in a way I could not explain. Nico would have kept coming. Nico would have said I was overreacting. Nico would have turned my refusal into insult and my fear into proof of guilt. Dario simply obeyed it, and somehow that made me feel the distance between them so sharply I almost staggered. Are you always this controlled? I asked. No. The answer was so quiet I barely heard it. I stilled. Dario's eyes held mine. I am controlled around you because I have to be. The words moved through the room like a hand sliding over flame. I should have stepped back. I stepped forward. One step only, but it counted. His attention sharpened, not predatory, not triumphant, aware. Why? I asked. His mouth tightened. Because my brother just tried to sell you, and some part of me still wants to kill him less than I want to touch you. That makes me unworthy of being closer. My breath caught. There were confessions that softened a room. This one did not. It made the room more dangerous because it was true, not pretty, not flattering, human, cruel in its honesty. I stared at him, and the old chapel corridor rose between us again. Only now the corridor was darker, the stakes uglier, the wanting stained by everything that had happened since. You think wanting me makes you like him? No. His voice hardened. Thinking wanting you gives me rights would make me like him. My throat tightened. I hated how badly I needed that distinction. I came closer again. Dario did not move. The space between us narrowed until I could see the pulse at the side of his throat, until I could smell him beneath the smoke and clean cotton, something dark, cedar and rain and restraint. I lifted my hand. His eyes dropped to it. I placed my palm against the center of his chest, not gently, not seductively, like a test. His body went still beneath my touch, not cold, never cold. Heat lived under the black shirt, hard muscle and a heart beating faster than I expected. The discovery thrilled and frightened me. Is this control? I whispered. His voice was rough. This is patience. And if I asked you to stop being patient? He closed his eyes once. Only once. When he opened them, I saw the answer before he spoke. Want. Ruthless, contained, starving want. Enough to ruin a weaker man. Enough to ruin me if I let it. You are angry, he said. Yes. You are hurt. Yes. You are trying to make me prove I'm as bad as him, so hating me becomes simple. The words hit too precisely. My hand faltered against his chest. I hated him. God help me. I hated him for seeing that. He lifted his hand slowly, giving me time to pull away. I did not. His fingers closed around my wrist, not tight, not trapping. He held me like something breakable only in the sense that it deserved care. Then he removed my hand from his chest. The loss of contact felt obscene. You do not get to use my weakness to punish yourself, he said. I swallowed hard. Myself? If I touch you tonight, you will hate me in the morning. You seem very sure of what I will feel. I am sure of what I would deserve. My chest ached. A terrible, unwanted tenderness pressed against my anger. I shoved it down. Do not make yourself noble. I am not noble. No, you are not. He accepted that too. I turned sharply and walked toward the bedroom because standing near him had become unbearable. The bed looked larger up close. Dark sheets, clean pillows, no trace of another woman, no trace of anyone. Dario's room felt occupied by discipline more than comfort. I stopped at the threshold. I am not sleeping in your bed. You can take the sofa. Also yours. You can take the floor if you want to insult us both. I looked back. He was still near the sitting room, the open door behind him. Was that humor? Dry. Barely there. Inappropriate enough to almost loosen something in my chest. I did not let it. I hate you, I said. I know. No, you do not. My voice cracked before I could stop it. I hate you because I wanted you to be better before I needed you to be. Silence. That one landed differently. Dario looked down for a moment, when he raised his eyes there was something raw in them. I know that too. I could not breathe around it, so I looked away. The wardrobe near the bedroom wall stood open. Inside, a white shirt had been placed over a chair. Folded trousers, a robe, not women's clothing, not seduction. Practical offerings left without demand. I picked up the shirt. His shirt. Soft black fabric, clean, too large for me. I hated that it felt safer than my dress. The dress still held dinner smoke, Nico's fingers, the hidden note, the shape of being seen and valued in the wrong ways. I need to change, I said. Dario turned immediately, giving me his back. No hesitation, no lingering glance. I stood there for a second, watching the broad line of his shoulders, the disciplined stillness of him as he faced the window instead of me. Then I closed the bedroom door halfway. Not all the way. I did not know why. Maybe because closed doors still frightened me. Maybe because some reckless part of me wanted to see if he would look. He did not. I removed the dress with shaking hands. The note nearly fell from the hidden pocket. I caught it and held it to my chest for 1 second, staring at the folded paper. Severin wants collateral by dawn. Collateral. Me, maybe. Or worse, something I had not yet understood. I placed the note on the bedside table where I could see it, then put on Dario's shirt. It fell to mid-thigh, sleeves swallowing my hands. The fabric smelled faintly like him. Not enough to comfort, enough to unsettle. When I stepped back into the sitting room, Dario was still facing away. You can turn around. He did, slowly. His eyes moved to my face first. Only my face. That should not have mattered. It did. Something dark flickered in his gaze when he saw me in his shirt, but he buried it so quickly I almost wondered if grief had invented it. Almost. I will sleep in the chair, he said. I looked at the armchair near the open door. That is ridiculous. Yes, you are the dawn of this house. Unfortunately. You sleep in chairs often? When necessary? And I am necessary? His eyes held mine. Yes. A dangerous warmth moved through my chest. I did not know what to do with it, so I made it sharp. You are going to sit there like a guard dog? If that makes the door feel more open. I looked at the hallway beyond, still empty, still waiting. I crossed to the bed and sat on the edge, though every part of me remained too awake, too angry, too full of unsaid things to sleep. Dario dimmed the lamps, not all the way. Enough for rest, not enough for darkness. Then he moved to the chair by the open door, sat down and stretched one long leg out like a man prepared to stay exactly where he had chosen. The quiet settled badly at first. I lay down on top of the covers. Dario's shirt twisted around my thighs. My hair spilled across a pillow that smelled faintly of cedar and smoke. My body should have collapsed from exhaustion. Instead, I stared at the doorway, at him, at the line of his profile in low light, at the open door behind him. After several minutes, I said, Dario. His eyes opened. He had not been sleeping. Yes. If I walk out at 3 a.m, no one stops you. If I go to Nico, his jaw tightened, no one stops you. That answer cost him. I heard it. I turned onto my side. And if Nico hurts me? His hand flexed once on the arm of the chair. Then I deal with him. That sounds like stopping me after the fact. It is. You are impossible. Yes. For the first time that night, something almost like air entered my lungs. Not peace, not trust, but space. A thin space between terror and the next moment. My eyes grew heavy against my will. The last thing I saw before sleep dragged me under was Dario Bellandi sitting beside an open door like a man guarding a choice instead of a prisoner. And the terrible part was not that he stayed. The terrible part was that I slept. Chapter 4. Dawn had not arrived yet, but Nico's shadow was already in the room. I woke to the thin gray light before morning, that strange hour when the world looks unfinished and every fear seems more honest. For one quiet second, I did not remember where I was. The sheets beneath my cheek were too soft. The room smelled faintly of cedar and smoke instead of Nico's sharp cologne. My body lay heavy with the kind of sleep that comes after surviving too much. Then I saw the open door, and Dario Bellandi sitting beside it. He had not moved from the chair. One long leg stretched forward, one arm resting along the side, his head tilted slightly back, eyes open, not sleeping, not pretending to sleep. The low lamp near him carved his face into shadow and bone. He looked less like a man resting and more like a weapon someone had set down but not unloaded. Behind him, the hallway waited, empty, open, still. My throat tightened before I understood why. He had kept the door open all night, not as a symbol, not as a speech, as an act that cost him sleep and pride and whatever comfort men like Dario were used to taking without asking. I shifted, and his eyes came to me immediately. Not startled, ready. "Did you sleep?" he asked. His voice was rougher than usual. Low, almost human. I pushed myself up against the headboard, suddenly aware of his shirt against my skin, too large, soft from wear, falling over one shoulder. I tugged it back into place because being seen by him this way made my body remember things my mind was still trying to condemn. "Did you?" "No." "Because of me?" His gaze did not move from my face. "Because of Nico." The name ruined the air. Just like that, the gray morning sharpened around me. Nico would come back. Of course he would. He would arrive expecting evidence of humiliation, expecting me altered, expecting Dario satisfied, expecting to decide what the night meant because he was the one who had sold it. My stomach twisted. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. Dario sat forward, but he did not rise. Good. If he had moved toward me too quickly, I might have broken apart or bitten him. Maybe both. "What time is it?" I asked. "Just after 5. Nico said dawn. Yes, how dramatic of him. Desperate men enjoy ceremony when they lack control. I laughed once under my breath, but it did not feel amused. Desperate. That word bothered me. Desperation made Nico sound cornered, unfortunate, almost pitiable. But what he had done last night was not only desperation. Desperation revealed the room in a man's soul where he kept his ugliest truths. Nico had opened that door and shown me I had lived inside it for a year. I stood. The shirt slid lower on one side. Dario's eyes flicked there and away so quickly I might have missed it if I had not spent a year learning how to read men who thought women did not notice. He wanted me. Still, that knowledge should have disgusted me after last night. It did not. It frightened me more than disgust would have. Because want from Nico had always felt like punishment or proof. Want from Dario felt like a fire behind iron gates. Contained, yes, but real enough to warm the air. He rose from the chair slowly. I can have you out of the city before Nico steps foot in this wing. I stared at him. What? What? I have a car ready if you choose it. Safe house, south of the coast. Clean documents. No Bellandi staff except 2 men who answer directly to me, and 1 doctor if you need one. My skin went cold for a reason that made no sense. That was rescue, wasn't it? A car, a door, a road away from Nico, away from this house, away from the word collateral folded on a bedside table like a curse. So why did it feel like another hand moving me? Did I ask you to send me away? Dario stilled. No. Then why are you telling me what you prepared? Because Dawn is coming and so you decided again. His jaw tightened. I prepared an option. You prepared a plan, yes. For me, yes. Without me. Silence. There it was. The place where even his care resembled command if I looked at it from the wrong angle, or maybe the right one. The anger came fast, hot enough to wake me fully. All of you do that, I said. His expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. All of who? Men who think fear makes women incapable of knowing their own minds. I stepped away from the bed, barefoot on the dark floor. Nico sells me. You move me. Nico decides the night. You decide the escape. Everyone keeps making decisions around my body and calling it something else. Dario accepted the blow, but this time he did not simply absorb it. I did not decide for you. You decided what choices would be available. Yes. And that does not sound like power to you? It is power. The answer stopped me. He did not try to make it pretty. Dario took 1 step closer, then stopped when my shoulders tensed. It is power, he said again, and I am trying to put it in your hand before Nico returns with his teeth out. My hand? I looked toward the open door. A car, a safe house, guards you chose, a doctor you chose, roads you know, men who answer to you. His mouth flattened. You are right. I hated how often he did that, how he let truth strike without ducking. It made rage harder to hold cleanly. I am not trying to trap you, he said, but you understand how easily protection becomes a room with a nicer lock. His gaze went to the open door behind him. Yes. For a second, neither of us moved. The quiet between us was not empty. It was full of all the words that had been spoken last night. One night, accepted, collateral, be charming. They moved around the room like ghosts wearing Nico's smile. I looked at the pale light pressing at the curtains. Nico would return soon, and he would decide what he found. He would look at my face, my body, my clothing. He would search for proof, not of what happened, of what he owned. He would tell himself he had purchased a result. He would tell Dario the debt was paid. He would tell me to come home. Home, the word nearly made me sick. Thinks he owns the meaning of tonight, I said. Dario's attention came fully back to me. He does not. Nico sold the night. My voice was quiet now, dangerous in a way I felt before I understood it. He thinks that means he gets to name it. Dario went very still. I looked at him. Not at the door, not at the bed. Him. He does not get to name it. Dario's eyes darkened. Alessia. There it was again. My name as warning, as restraint, as the hand he would not place on me. No, I said. Do not stop me with my own name. I am trying to stop you from mistaking revenge for choice. The words struck, but they did not send me back. Good, he should have said them. I needed him to say them. I needed him to be the kind of man who would challenge the ugliest motive in me instead of taking advantage of it. Do you think I do not know the difference? I think last night gave you every reason to hate both of us. It did, and you do, yes. His throat moved once. Then do not come to me because you want to wound him. I am not. Do not come to me because you want to prove your husband cannot decide what happens to you. My eyes burned. That is exactly why I should come to you. No. His voice hardened for the first time. Not loud, never loud, but absolute. Not with me, not for that. If you choose me, it will not be because Nico put me in your path like a knife and you decided to cut him back with it. I swallowed. The room seemed to move closer. And if I choose you because I have wanted you since before he ever put a ring on my hand? Dario did not breathe. The confession hung there, unadorned, stripped of pride. My heart beat so hard I felt it in my fingertips. There was no taking it back now. No pretending I had been only angry, only humiliated, only cornered. The truth had been sitting in the room with us all night, patient as a loaded gun. His voice came rougher. Wanting me then did not save you. No, I stepped closer. But maybe wanting you now can belong to me. His eyes fell to my bare feet, then rose slowly, as if he were forcing himself to return to the part of me that could answer. What do you want the story to be? He asked. I almost hated him for the question, because it was the right one. Not what do you want to do, not do you want me. What did I want this to mean? I looked toward the bedroom, then the open door, then the window where Dawn waited like a witness. Last night, Nico had turned me into a payment. Dario had accepted the terms to stop worse men from collecting me, but neither of those facts could be undone. They were already carved into the night. The only thing left was whether I let men's hands hold the knife or took it back by the blade. I lifted my chin. Mine. Dario's eyes changed. One word, and the air between us ignited. I walked toward him before fear could catch up. He did not move. He let me come. That mattered. God help me, it mattered more than it should have. I stopped close enough to feel the heat of him. My hands wanted somewhere to go and found the front of his shirt. Not gripping yet. Just resting there, fingers spread over the black fabric where I had felt his heart last night. It beat fast now, faster than his face admitted. Tell me to leave, I whispered. His eyes searched mine. Leave. The word was quiet, broken in the middle. I almost smiled through the ache in my chest. You do not mean it. I mean that you should, but not that you want me to. His jaw flexed. No. There was a terrible sweetness in forcing truth from a man who carried it like contraband. I rose onto my toes and kissed him. For one frozen second, Dario did not answer. His whole body locked beneath my hands, every muscle held back by discipline so fierce it almost felt like rejection. Then his breath left him. His hand lifted, not to grab, not to pull, but to hover near my waist as if asking permission from the air itself. I leaned into him. That was enough. His mouth moved against mine. Not soft, not cruel. Careful at first, and then less careful when I made a sound I could not keep inside. The kiss deepened, and something in me opened with such sharpness it felt like pain. Not the kind Nico had given me. Not humiliation, not ownership, recognition. My hands tightened in Dario's shirt. His fingers settled at my waist, warm and steady through the borrowed fabric. He did not pull me closer until I did it myself. When I stepped into him, he released a low breath against my mouth, almost a warning, almost a prayer. I had been kissed before, but Nico kissed like a man, proving he had access. Dario kissed like access was the least sacred part of being allowed near someone. My back met the wall beside the window before I realized we had moved. Not because he shoved me, because I followed the heat backward, because he turned us away from the open door, because his body shielded mine from the hall without trapping me against him. The distinction ruined me. I broke the kiss first, breathing hard. Dario stopped instantly. His hands left my waist. Still with me? The question was rough. My eyes stung. Not because I was unsure, because he asked as if my answer mattered more than his wanting. Yes. Words every time. Yes, I said again. Firmer. I am with you. His forehead lowered almost to mine, not touching. Then hear me. We stop if you go quiet in the wrong way. We stop if you think of him and cannot come back. We stop if fear is louder than want. And if I say yes, then I believe you. My throat tightened. I touched his face. He turned slightly into my palm before he could stop himself. Such a small betrayal of control. Such a devastating thing. I am not being handed to you, I said. No. I am standing here. Yes. I am choosing you. His eyes closed for one brief second. When they opened, the restraint was still there, but so was the fire. Then come here. This time when he kissed me, there was no question in it. Only answer. We reached the bedroom slowly, though every nerve in me felt urgent. He did not hurry me. I hated and loved that. At the threshold, Dario stopped. The dark bed waited behind us, a thing that had frightened me last night and now seemed to hold a different kind of danger. He looked down at me, Last chance to walk out without explaining. I shook my head. His hand rose, but he paused before touching my cheek. Words. I swallowed. I want this. His eyes searched mine one final time. Why? The question nearly undid me, because he knew a yes could still be shaped like a wound. So I told him the truth. Because he sold the night, I whispered, and I refused to let him own what I remember. Dario's face changed in a way I could not name. Then he kissed my forehead, not my mouth, my forehead, a kiss so careful and reverent that something inside me cracked wide open. Then remember this, he said. He touched me like the room had no debt in it, no Nico, no Valcari note, no ring, no history except the one being made by my breath catching under his patience and my hands learning that want did not have to arrive with shame. Every step was slow enough for choice to remain alive. He helped me sit on the edge of the bed, then knelt in front of me, not theatrically, not like surrender, but so I did not have to look up at him. The Don of the Bellandi family, feared by men who made other men bleed, lowered himself to meet my eyes and waited. My hands shook when I touched the top button of his shirt. Dario noticed. His hand covered mine lightly. Not because you owe me anything. I know. Not because of last night. I know. Not because he will come back. I closed my eyes. That one hurt. When I opened them, Dario was still waiting. I breathed in. Because I want to know what it feels like when I am not being taken from myself. His control almost broke then. I saw it. The flash in his eyes, the hard line of his mouth. The way his hand tightened around mine and then loosened immediately, as if even his instinct had learned obedience. You tell me if I fail, he said. You will not like how I say it. No. His mouth almost curved. I imagine not. The almost smile saved me. Not from the moment. For it. I unbuttoned his shirt one button at a time. He let me. When my fingers touched warm skin beneath, his breath changed. The sound moved through me, low and intimate, proof that he was not untouched by me, not above this, not cold marble in a black suit. I wanted him undone. Not for Nico. For me. So I kissed him again. The world narrowed to quiet fabric, controlled breath, hands that asked, mouths that answered, and the impossible tenderness of being given time inside desire. He lifted the shirt from my shoulder carefully, watching my face instead of my skin. I let it slide where it wanted. Heat moved over me, but not embarrassment. Not exactly. Vulnerability, yes. Awareness. The trembling edge of being seen by a man who could have made that seeing feel like theft and somehow made it feel like being returned. Dario pressed his mouth to my shoulder. Once. Then waited. A sound left me, soft, unplanned. His hand moved to my back, steadying but not trapping. Still with me? I threaded my fingers into his hair, yes. From there, the night became a series of choices I made, and he honored. Closer, yes. Slower, yes. Don't stop, yes. His hands were careful without being cold. His restraint did not make the moment tame. It made every touch more dangerous because I felt what he was holding back for me. He kissed me like every place his mouth found had been named sacred before he reached it. He learned me through breath and reaction, not demand. He paused when my body tensed, returned only when my hands brought him back. At some point, the last of the distance between us disappeared. Not a dramatic moment, in trust built one breath at a time. I remember his mouth near my ear, saying my name as if he had no right to it and needed me to grant it again. I remember my own voice answering his. I remember his hand finding mine and holding it above my head, not pinning, just holding, giving me something solid as the world inside me shifted. I remember the ache of tenderness, worse than any cruelty, because tenderness reached places cruelty had left untouched. When I finally broke, it was not from pain. It was from the unbearable relief of still belonging to myself. Dario gathered me carefully afterward, pulling the sheet over us before the air could cool my skin. He did not move away, did not turn his back, did not let silence become awkward or ownership become assumed. He held me like the holding was a question he was still willing to have refused. For a while I could not speak, neither did he. The room had changed around us. No longer trap, no longer transaction. No longer proof, just dim light, tangled sheets, dawn pressing closer, and my body resting against his like it had forgotten how to flinch for a few blessed minutes. Then the tears came. Quiet at first. Angry when I realized they were there, I turned my face away. Dario shifted immediately. Did I hurt you? No, Alessia. No. My voice cracked. You did not hurt me. He did not relax completely. Then tell me. I hated that he asked. I loved that he did not assume. I wiped at my cheek with the back of my hand, furious at myself for crying after choosing, after wanting, after taking one thing back. I am crying because you were kind, I whispered, and I hate that kindness feels like something I have to survive. The silence after that hurt. Dario's arm tightened around me carefully, not enough to hold me if I wanted out. I am sorry, he said. For what? That kindness became unfamiliar. The tears came harder then. Not loud. Never loud. I had learned quiet crying in Nico's house. But Dario did not let the quiet turn me invisible. He reached for the glass of water on the bedside table and helped me sit enough to drink. He brought a cloth warm from the basin in the adjoining washroom and placed it in my hand instead of touching my face without asking. I took it, pressed it to my cheeks, breathed. He helped me into his shirt again when I started shivering, then wrapped me in a dark robe from the chair. He sat behind me against the headboard and let me lean or not lean as I pleased. I leaned. That felt like another choice. You should sleep, he murmured. I gave a soft, wet laugh. Nico is coming. Yes. And you think I can sleep? No. Then why say it? Because I want one impossible thing tonight that does not involve murder. I laughed for real then. Small, exhausted. Dario's breath warmed my hair. The laugh faded. He is going to think he won, I said. He often thinks that before losing. He will look at me. Dario went still. He will not touch you. He does not have to. My fingers tightened around the edge of the robe. He will look and think the night did what he wanted. Dario turned me gently enough that I could refuse. I did not. His eyes met mine in the soft gray dark. Then we decide what he sees. A knock struck the outer door before I could answer. Hard, sharp, not a servant's knock. A husband's entitlement wearing knuckles. My blood turned to ice. Dario's face changed. The man who had held me vanished beneath the dawn who made rooms afraid. Another knock. Nico, I whispered. Dario rose from the bed. He dressed without hurry, which somehow made him more terrifying. Shirt, trousers, controls sliding back into place piece by piece. I sat on the edge of the bed in his shirt and robe, my heart pounding so hard I thought Nico might hear it through the door. Dario looked at me. You do not have to face him. Yes, I said. The answer surprised us both. My legs trembled when I stood, but I stood. I took off the robe. Dario's eyes flicked to the shirt, then to my face. Understanding moved through his expression. You are certain? No. I lifted my chin. But I am done hiding from the man who thinks shame should make me obedient. He came close enough to touch, did not. Stay behind me if you need to. I will stand beside you. Then he nodded. Together, we walked to the sitting room. The open door from last night was closed now, but not locked. Dario opened it before Nico could knock again. Nico stood in the hallway with Ronaldo 2 steps behind him and Massimo farther down, watching like a storm held in human skin. My husband's eyes went first to Dario, then to me, to Dario's shirt on my body, to my bare legs, to my face, which I refused to lower. Satisfaction spread across Nico's mouth. There it was, the ugliness I knew, the triumph of a man who thought he had made both of us prove him right. Well, he said softly, I trust my debt is paid. The words landed, but they did not enter me the way they would have yesterday. Because the night behind me had a different name now. Mine. Dario stepped into the doorway. No. Nico's smile faltered. Dario's voice was calm enough to empty the hall of breath. The payment did not clear your debt. He moved half a step, placing his body between Nico's gaze and my skin without hiding me completely. It created a bigger one. Chapter 5. Nico screamed like a man who had not expected the thing he sold to come back with a voice. The sound tore through Dario's private corridor before the sun had fully risen, sharp enough to pull doors open and servants out of shadows. It was not grief. It was not heartbreak. It was not even rage in its purest form. It was humiliation. And humiliation, in a man like Nico Bellandi, always needed an audience before it could become useful. You cannot keep my wife in your rooms, he shouted, his voice cracking against the marble. Do you hear me, Dario? She is my wife. The word struck my skin differently now. My wife. Yesterday it had been a cage. This morning it sounded like a lie with its throat cut. I stood just behind Dario's shoulder in his black shirt, my legs bare beneath it, my hair loose down my back, every inch of me marked by scandal, even without a single visible bruise. I could have hidden. Dario had given me that chance. He had turned slightly before opening the door and said, low enough that only I could hear, "You owe him nothing." He was right, but I owed myself something. So I stayed. Nico's eyes kept dragging over me, searching for proof. He wanted the story to look ugly because ugly meant he could blame me for it. He wanted me ashamed because shame had always made me easier to steer. I refused to give him my lowered head. Ronaldo stood behind him, face blank, hands folded, eyes careful, too careful. His gaze flicked once to the hallway, then to the servants gathering at a distance, then to Dario, measuring the room, counting witnesses. Massimo appeared at the far end of the corridor like he had stepped out of the wall itself. No one told the staff to leave. That was when I understood Dario was letting this happen publicly. Not because he enjoyed spectacle. Because Nico had used public silence against me for a year. Now silence had witnesses. Dario stood in the doorway, fully dressed except for his jacket, his black shirt buttoned at the throat, his posture calm enough to be terrifying. "You offered her," he said. Nico's face twisted. I made a desperate remark under pressure. The lie came fast. Too fast. I let out a quiet laugh before I could stop myself. Every eye turned to me. Nico's jaw tightened. "Do not," he warned. I stepped around Dario, not in front of him, beside him. A small difference, a dangerous one. "You offered me for one night," I said. The corridor inhaled. A maid near the far wall lowered her tray. Someone behind her whispered a prayer. One of the guards looked at Nico with disgust, so quick he tried to bury it. Nico smiled as if pitying me. "Alessia is emotional." "I was there," I said. "You misunderstood. You said, 1 night with my wife, that clears the debt." The exact words changed the air. Not gossip now, testimony. Nico's eyes went flat. "You should be careful what you repeat while wearing another man's shirt." There it was. The blade he had been polishing since dawn. The old me would have felt the cut and hidden the blood. The woman standing in Dario's doorway felt the cut and stepped closer. "The shirt is not the shameful part of this story." Nico's nostrils flared. Dario did not move, but I felt him beside me, danger held still by my presence. That, too, was new. Arturo Bellandi appeared at the corridor's bend in a dark dressing robe, silver hair combed back, face carved with the irritation of a man dragged from sleep into scandal. 2 other elders followed him. Behind them, curious family members gathered at a distance. Viviana was among them, pearls already at her throat, though the sun had barely risen. The Bellandi family could smell disgrace from 3 halls away. Arturo looked from Nico to Dario, then to me. His gaze paused on the shirt. I did not flinch. "Explain," Arturo said. Nico moved immediately, stepping into the role of wounded husband like a coat tailored for him. "My brother abused a private family dispute," he said, voice roughened now, polished with injury. "He used my financial difficulties to take advantage of my wife." Alessia was upset, confused, vulnerable. I stared at him. Confused. That word enraged me more than whore would have. Whore was cruel, but clear. Confused was theft dressed as concern. Dario's voice lowered. "Choose your next words with care." Nico ignored him and turned to Arturo. "I came this morning to settle matters privately, only to find her like this." His hand sliced toward me, but he did not touch. He had learned something in the last hour, at least. Half-dressed in my brother's rooms while he stands there as if the family should applaud betrayal. Viviana's eyes widened. Someone muttered behind her. Arturo's gaze turned to me. "Alessia." My name sounded different in his mouth. Not kind, not cruel, official. A document waiting to be signed. "Did Dario force you?" Nico's smile touched one corner of his mouth. He thought the truth would ruin me. That was the cruelest trap. If I lied, he owned the lie. If I told the truth, he would try to make my choice filth. Dario turned his head slightly. He did not speak. He did not rescue. He let the question come to me. My throat tightened, not from fear of the answer, from the weight of finally being asked after every important decision had already been made around me. "No," I said. The word hit the corridor cleanly. Nico's smile widened. "There," he said softly. I lifted my chin. Dario did not force me. The smile faded a little. He did not lock the door. He did not touch me without my permission. He did not use the debt as a right. He gave me a choice in a house where my husband offered me as settlement. The servants were not even pretending not to listen now. Neither were the guards. Nico's face went red beneath the smoothness. You think that saves your reputation? No. The honesty surprised even me. I looked at the family gathered in the corridor, at the women who had watched me be humiliated at dinners, at the men who had heard jokes about my empty womb and found their wine glasses fascinating. It probably destroys it, I said, but at least this time, the truth belongs to me before someone else sells the version they prefer. Silence. Dario's presence beside me changed again, not softer, deeper, as if he had heard something he would remember. Nico stepped closer. You ungrateful little... Dario moved 1 inch. Nico stopped. Arturo noticed, so did everyone. Nico swallowed his next word and rearranged his face into injury. She is still my wife, the old words, the old chain. He said them with confidence because the law sat behind him. The ring on my finger agreed with him even when my stomach turned. Then he looked at me and lowered his voice, making it intimate enough to hurt. You think standing beside him changes what you are? You leave this hall with my name. You sleep under my roof when I command it. The corridor blurred at the edges. Some part of me recoiled as if he had reached inside a future he had no right to touch. Dario's face went dark, not angry, worse, controlled beyond anger. But I moved first. My palm met Nico's face with a crack that snapped through the corridor. His head turned. My hand burned. No one spoke. No one breathed. For 1 perfect second, Nico Bellandi looked honestly stunned. Not hurt, not enraged. Stunned that I had dared to put sound to what he had made me swallow. Then his eyes came back to me. I saw the promise in them. Later. There would always be a later with men like Nico if someone did not burn the road between now and then. Dario stepped closer to me. Nico's gaze flicked to him, and something like survival returned. You will regret that, Nico whispered. I already regret marrying you, I said. Do not flatter yourself by thinking you can add much. Someone behind Arturo made a small sound that might have been shock or laughter smothered too late. Nico looked murderous. Arturo lifted a hand. Enough. The word was not command enough for Dario, but it steadied the lack. Corridor. Arturo's eyes found Nico. You will present yourself in the lower office in 1 hour. Nico opened his mouth. Arturo cut him off. If half of what has been said here is true, your financial difficulties are now family difficulties. Dario's voice came cold. They became family difficulties the moment Valcari hands touched Bellandi money. The name did what it had done last night, changed the temperature. Viviana's face paled. One of the younger cousins cursed under his breath. Nico looked toward Rinaldo. Only for a heartbeat, but I saw it. So did Dario. Rinaldo's expression did not change. That made him more suspicious, not less. Dario turned to Massimo. My office. Massimo nodded. Then Dario looked at me. The corridor waited to see whether he would order me. He did not. His voice lowered. Alessia, a question hidden in my name. I understood. Did I want to come? Did I want to retreat? Did I want to stand? My cheek still burned from Nico's threat. My hand still burned from striking him. My heart beat too hard, but beneath the panic was something steadier, something awake. I am coming, I said. Nico scoffed. You are not part of Bellandi accounts. I looked at him. My dowry was. That shut him up. For once, we moved through the corridor like a funeral procession, except the dead thing walking was the lie of Nico's charm. Dario's office looked different in daylight, more severe, less shadow to hide in. Massimo placed fresh folders on the desk while Arturo and the 2 elders settled into chairs. Nico stood because Dario did not invite him to sit. Rinaldo remained outside the door this time, which told me Dario had noticed enough to begin closing circles. I stood near the fireplace, still in Dario's shirt, but with the robe tied over it now because Mira had appeared silently at some point and placed it around my shoulders with shaking hands. She had not said a word. She had squeezed my fingers once before leaving. That almost undid me more than the scandal. Dario opened the first folder. Last night gave us enough to demand full access. Nico gave a bitter laugh. Us? Dario ignored him. Massimo slid several pages forward. Transfers from 3 Bellandi reserve accounts, payments routed through holding companies tied to Valcari intermediaries, 2 signatures authorized under Nico's seal, 1 under Ronaldo's operational clearance. Nico's jaw worked. Ronaldo handles logistics. That proves nothing. It proves access, Massimo said. His voice was flat. I liked him for that. Arturo leaned forward. How much? Dario answered without looking at the file. Enough to make Severin Valcari believe he has leverage. A thick silence followed. Severin Valcari. Even spoken by Dario, the name carried a cold elegance. Not a street thug. Not a messy enemy. A man who brokered debt with gloves on and expected blood to dry before dinner. I stepped forward. Dario's eyes came to me. Nico noticed and snapped, "You have nothing to add." I looked at Massimo. I might. The room shifted. Dario did not ask me to explain. He waited. That gave me more courage than it should have. I reached into the inner pocket of the robe where I had placed the folded note before leaving his room. I set it on the edge of Dario's desk. Nico's eyes flashed. You stole that. I preserved it. You had no right. You left it by my plate after Ronaldo brought it to you. The elders looked at Nico. He went quiet. I could have stopped there. A year ago I would have. A month ago, maybe. But not now. Not after hearing my body priced and my truth questioned and my future threatened with a ring. There is more, I said. Dario's expression changed just slightly. More attention. Not surprise exactly. Interest sharpened by respect. I looked at Nico when I spoke. I have photos. His face blanked. That was better than fear. That was confirmation. Of what? Massimo asked. Ledger pages Nico left open in his dressing room. Receipts he tore and forgot to burn completely. Names written on envelopes. Payment codes. I did not know what everything meant, but I knew enough to keep them. Nico laughed, but it came out wrong. You paranoid little mouse. I turned my head slowly toward him. Careful. The mouse learned where you hid the poison. Dario's mouth did not move, but Massimo's eyes flicked to me with something close to approval. Arturo held out his hand. Where are these photos? In a private folder. Where? I looked at Dario. Not because I needed permission, because I needed to know whether giving him this weapon would make me smaller or stronger. He seemed to understand. You do not have to hand anything over until you choose terms, he said. Nico exploded. Terms? She is my wife. Dario's head turned toward him. The room froze. Nico realized his mistake half a second after making it. Dario's voice dropped. That phrase has become expensive for you. My breath caught, not because it was gentle, because it was not, because in this room tenderness would have nothing, but consequences had weight. I looked at Arturo. I will give Massimo access with Dario present. Copies stay with me. Arturo frowned. Women did not set terms in rooms like this. That was exactly why I did. Massimo said, agreed. Dario looked at him. Massimo looked back, calm. It is efficient. For some reason that almost made me smile. Not quite, but almost. I gave Massimo the passcode to the locked folder on my phone. My hand trembled when I did it. Not because I doubted the evidence, because sharing it meant admitting how long I had been alone with it. He connected the phone to a secure display. Image after image appeared on the dark screen. Ledger columns, partial account numbers, dates, initials. A hotel receipt from a place Nico swore he had never visited. A torn envelope marked VC Logistics. A voice note, transcribed from a call I had recorded through a bathroom wall, Nico saying, tell Severin he gets collateral when I say he gets collateral. The room changed with every piece. Not dramatically, worse, professionally. The men began seeing patterns. Massimo moved quickly, matching dates to transfers. Dario stood silent, arms crossed, eyes colder with each image. Arturo's expression hardened in a way that made him look less like an elder and more like the old Bellandi blood beneath the silk. Nico stopped denying somewhere around the 6th photo. He began watching me instead. Not like wife, not like burden, like enemy. That felt cleaner. Massimo paused on a blurred image of a folded document, half hidden beneath Nico's watch and a glass of whiskey. Zoom. The image enlarged. I had taken it from the doorway of Nico's study 3 weeks ago, pretending to ask if he wanted dinner. He had snapped at me to leave. I had apologized, lowered my head, stepped back, and clicked the photo with my phone hidden against my palm. At the time, I had only noticed my name. Now, in Dario's office, with men who knew the language of contracts, the horror became legible. Massimo's expression went still. Dario saw it. What? Massimo did not answer immediately. He looked at me. That frightened me. What? I asked. He enlarged the header. Collateral agreement, private marital asset pledge. My heart stopped. No one spoke. The words on the screen blurred, then sharpened again. Private, marital, asset, pledge. Dario's voice came from somewhere far away. Find the original. Massimo was already moving through Nico's confiscated folder. Nico finally spoke. It is not enforceable. That was the worst thing he could have said. Not fake, not, I do not know what that is. Not she is lying, not enforceable, meaning real, meaning signed, meaning considered. Arturo rose from his chair. Nico. Nico's face glistened faintly at the temples. You all act as if wives have not settled alliances before, as if dowries are not contracts, as if marriage is not already an exchange. I felt the room tilt. Dario took one step toward him. Stop speaking. Nico's fear surged, but resentment held him upright. No. Let us have truth since everyone enjoys it this morning. He pointed toward me. She brought nothing but a family name, a dowry, and an empty bed. No heir, no alliance worth keeping, no advantage. The words struck. They always did. Even when I knew they were poison, even when I knew the mouth speaking them was rotted through. A woman could know the knife was dirty and still bleed when it entered. Dario moved. I did not touch him this time. I did not stop him. He crossed the space and grabbed Nico by the front of his jacket, driving him backward into the wall hard enough to make the framed map beside them rattle. The room erupted. Arturo shouted. Massimo stepped forward but did not pull Dario back. Dario's face was inches from Nico's. You signed her name to Valcari paper? Nico's bravado flickered. I signed an option. Dario slammed him back again. The sound cracked through me. Answer properly. Nico's voice shook with rage and fear. Yes. The word entered the room like smoke from a house fire. My legs nearly failed. I reached for the edge of the desk and held on. Yes, he had signed it before last night, before the office, before the offer, before he pretended desperation had made him monstrous. He had prepared a document, found language, used my name, maybe sat in his study with whiskey and a pen while I slept down the hall, believing my worst humiliation was being unwanted. I had been wrong. Unwanted was not the bottom. Priced was. Massimo found the original. The paper looked ordinary. That made it obscene. White pages, black text, signatures, seals, margins. Nothing about it screamed. Nothing bled. My name sat in the center of a paragraph like a body hidden under clean linen. Dario released Nico with such disgust that Nico stumbled sideways. Massimo handed the document to Dario. Dario read one line. His face changed. Not openly, but something in him went so cold I felt the room lose heat. He looked at Massimo. Read it. Massimo hesitated. Dario's eyes cut to him. Read it. Massimo's voice was flat, but not empty. Asset designation, Alessia Bellandi. Marital status attached to Nico Bellandi. Transferable under social, political, physical, or reproductive leverage value in the event of unpaid debt or breach of private note. My ears rang. Physical, reproductive, leverage. The words slid over my skin like hands. I thought I might vomit. Nico muttered, "It was theoretical." I looked at him. My voice came out strangely calm. No. He blinked. I stepped away from the desk. The room swayed, but I kept walking until I stood near him. Dario shifted as if to block, but I gave him one look and he stopped. Good. This was mine. You were never desperate last night, I said. Nico's mouth tightened. You were practiced. His eyes flicked. There. The hit landed. You signed this before you offered me to Dario. My voice steadied with every word, because horror had burned through to something cleaner. You had language ready, terms ready, men ready. Last night was not madness. It was rehearsal. Nico looked away. That was confession enough. A sound came from me, not a sob, not a laugh, something between the two, too bitter to be grief. I thought I was your wife, I whispered. No one moved. Then I shook my head once. No, that is not true. I stopped believing that months ago. Nico's gaze cut back, offended by the honesty. I looked at the contract in Dario's hand. I thought I was your shame. My eyes returned to Nico. But I was your emergency currency. The silence after that felt different from all the silences before it. This one did not erase me. This one heard. Dario stepped beside me, not in front. The small restraint mattered. Maybe too much. He held the document without crumpling it, though I could see the violence in his fingers. Nico wanted to make you useful to this family, Dario said. His voice was low enough that everyone leaned toward it without meaning to. Then he looked at his brother. By the time I am done, he will understand you were the most dangerous thing he ever tried to sell. Chapter 6. The first time I vomited in Dario Bellandi's bathroom, I blamed the roses. There were too many of them in the sitting room. White roses, pale pink roses, deep red roses that looked almost black near the centers. They had arrived every morning for the past 5 weeks from men and women who suddenly found sympathy useful now that Nico's disgrace had become public enough to be dangerous. No one sent flowers when he mocked my empty womb at dinner. No one sent flowers when I walked into Bellandi rooms wearing humiliation like perfume. No one sent flowers when my husband signed my name to a collateral agreement and turned my body into a line item beneath Valcari debt. But now that Dario Bellandi had taken an interest in my safety, now that Massimo had confiscated accounts, now that Arturo and the council were quietly dissecting Nico's failures behind closed doors, the whole house smelled like petals and cowardice. So yes, I blamed the roses. I gripped the edge of the marble sink and stared at my reflection through eyes that refused to focus. "You are fine," I whispered. My reflection did not believe me. She looked paler than she had yesterday, thinner somehow, though Mira kept placing food near me, with the patience of a woman trying to coax a wounded animal into trusting her hands. My hair was loose around my face, my mouth tasted sour. My stomach twisted again, and I bent over the sink just in time. Nothing came up. That was almost worse. Only the sharp, miserable pull of my body trying to empty itself of something it could not name. A soft knock came at the half-open bathroom door. I closed my eyes. Go away. The door opened anyway. Not Dario. Thank God. Mira stepped in carrying a folded towel and the kind of calm women used when they had already guessed the truth and were trying not to frighten it into running. "Oh, sweetheart," she said. I hated that my eyes filled at the word sweetheart, such a small thing to call someone, such a dangerous thing, when no one had handled you gently for too long. "It is the roses," I said. Mira glanced toward the sitting room. "Of course, I am serious. I know you are." "No, you do not. They are everywhere. They smell like a funeral home married a wedding chapel." That earned the faintest smile. "I will have them removed." "Thank you." She came closer, not crowding me. Mira was good at that. She understood space better than most armed men in this house. She had served Bellandi families for 30 years, and somehow kept a softness they had not managed to beat out of her. She dampened the towel and handed it to me. I pressed it to my mouth. Her eyes moved over my face, too carefully. My stomach tightened again, but not from sickness. "What?" I asked. "Nothing. Mira." She took the towel from me when I lowered it and folded it with unnecessary precision. "When did you last bleed?" The room went silent. "Not actually." Water still dripped once from the faucet. Somewhere beyond the bathroom, a servant moved quietly through Dario's rooms, collecting roses to spare me their accused scent. The estate lived around me with its usual restrained menace, but inside my body, every sound died. "What?" Mira's face softened. "When was your last cycle?" I shook my head before the thought could form. "No." "Alessia." "No. It may be nothing. It is nothing." "Then let us make sure." I stepped back from the sink. The marble was cold beneath my palm. 5 weeks. The thought entered like a thief. 5 weeks since the night Nico sold. 5 weeks since I stood in Dario's room and said the story would be mine. 5 weeks since I chose Dario with my whole wounded, furious, starving heart and woke to Nico at the door looking at me like he had purchased proof. 5 weeks. "No," I said again, but this time the word barely had shape. Mira opened a small drawer near the linen cabinet. I stared at her. "You have that here?" She looked almost apologetic. "This house prepares for everything except the things it should." In her hand was a narrow white box, ordinary, harmless-looking, the kind of thing women bought in pharmacies under fluorescent lights, maybe with gum and tissues, maybe with shaky fingers and a story already rehearsed for the cashier. In Bellandi house, it looked like evidence. I did not take it. Mira placed it on the counter between us. You do not have to do this now. Yes, I do. My voice sounded far away, because if I waited, the possibility would grow teeth. Mira left the bathroom to give me privacy, but she did not go far. I heard her steps stop just beyond the doorway. I hated the small plastic test for how quiet it was. There should have been ceremony. Thunder. A warning bell. Something worthy of the way one white object could crack a life open. Instead, there was only my shaking hand, the sound of my breathing, and the mirror reflecting a woman who looked like she had been dragged to the edge of a cliff and told not to look down. I set the test on the counter. Waited. I tried not to count. Counted anyway. Every second became a memory. Dario's hand hovering at my waist until I leaned into him, his voice asking, "Still with me?" His shirt on my skin afterward, the warm cloth he placed in my hand instead of wiping my tears without permission. Nico's voice in the corridor 5 weeks later, through lawyers and elders and petty threats, still saying my wife liked the words had not already rotted. The line appeared slowly, then the second. For a moment, my mind refused to read what my eyes saw. 2 lines. Not 1, 2. My hand went to my stomach before I knew it had moved. There was no swell. No proof beneath my palm. Nothing anyone else could see. Just my body holding a secret so impossible and enormous that the room seemed too small for me to remain standing in it. Mine. The word came first. Not his. Not theirs. Mine. Then the fear came so violently I had to grip the sink again, because I was still legally Nico's wife, because Nico had said, "Anything inside you while you wear my ring belongs to me." Because in houses like this, blood was not love. Blood was succession. Blood was leverage. Blood was a chair, a name, a war waiting for breath. The bathroom tilted. Mira appeared in the doorway. She did not ask. She saw my face. "Oh, Alessia." I laughed once, a broken little sound. "It is impossible. No, it has been 5 weeks. Yes. The test. Yes." I looked down at it again as if it might apologize and change. Mira came in slowly. 5 weeks since that night," she said gently. My throat closed. "So it is, yes. Dario's." The word did not need to be spoken. It moved through me anyway. Dario's child, our child, though I did not know whether I was allowed to think that yet. The door to the outer room opened. A deep voice cut through the suite, controlled but sharpened. "Where is she?" My breath stopped. "Dario." Mira turned, panic flickering for the first time. "I did not tell him yet," she whispered. Dario knew the house by heartbeat. If a servant moved wrong near his private rooms, he felt it. If Mira's face changed in a hallway, he noticed. If I vomited once and went quiet too long, the dawn of the Bellandi family would come searching as if sickness itself owed him an explanation. His footsteps approached. Mira touched my arm. "Do you want me to send him away?" That question nearly broke me. Everyone should have asked me questions like that my whole life. "Do you want him here? Do you want him gone? Do you want this door open? Do you want to speak? Do you want silence?" Such small mercies arriving late. I looked at the test, at the 2 lines, at the future Nico would try to name if he found out before I understood how to stand. "No," I said. "Let him in." Mira stepped aside. Dario filled the doorway. He stopped instantly. His eyes went first to me, always frustratingly to me. Then to the counter, to the test. The room became so quiet, I heard the second his breathing changed, not a gasp, but a break, in the controlled rhythm. A silence where his next breath should have been. He stepped inside, then stopped again, as if even the floor between us required permission. "Alessia." I hated that my eyes burned. I did not know. The words came out like an apology. His expression shifted so sharply it almost hurt to see. "Do not apologize." I was sick, and Mira asked, and I thought it was the roses. "The roses?" My laugh shook. "Yes, your entire sitting room smells like cowardice." For one brief, impossible second, something warm moved in his eyes. Then he looked at the test again. The warmth vanished beneath something deeper. Not possession, not triumph. Fear. A father's fear, maybe, though the word father did not yet know where to sit between us. He lowered himself in front of me. Dario Bellandi did not kneel dramatically. He crouched slowly, one knee touching the marble, so his eyes were level with mine, where I had sunk back against the edge of the sink. His black coat brushed the floor. His hands rested open on his thighs, open, visible, empty. "May I come closer?" he asked. The question undid me. I nodded because my voice had gone missing. His eyes held mine. "Words, Alessia." A tear slipped before I could stop it. Yes, he moved close enough that I could feel his warmth, but he did not touch. Not yet. "Are you afraid of me?" The question hit directly where the terror lived. I shook my head no. "Of the baby?" My hand tightened over my stomach. "No." His gaze lowered to my hand, then rose. "Then tell me." I swallowed past the stone in my throat. "Nico." Dario's face went very still. "He will claim it." The words opened the nightmare. Once spoken, it entered the room fully. "He will say it is his because I am still married to him. Because of the ring. Because of the law. Because of the family. He will put his hand where mine is and call this child his heir. And people will clap because people always clap before asking who it hurts." Dario's jaw tightened until the muscle jumped. "He will not touch you. You cannot promise that." "I can." "No." My voice sharpened, fear turning into anger because anger was easier to stand inside. "Do not do that. Do not make impossible promises because you can command guards and close roads. You cannot command paperwork. You cannot command whispers. You cannot command blood law just because you hate it." His eyes flashed. "I can command consequences." "That is not the same thing as safety." The words struck both of us. Maybe because they were true. Maybe because they were about more than Nico now. Dario looked down just for a moment, then he asked, "May I touch you?" My breath shook. The question was not only about my stomach. I knew that. So did he. I nodded. His eyes came up. Words. "Yes." His hands rose slowly and settled at my waist. Not over my stomach. My waist. The restraint in that choice hit me so hard I had to close my eyes. He would not claim the child before he reassured the woman carrying it. His palms were warm through the thin fabric of my robe. Steady. Careful. The kind of touch that made my body want to lean and my mind want to distrust the leaning. "You are not alone," he said. I opened my eyes. "I have been alone for a year." "I know." "No, you do not. I know I let it happen." That silenced me, not because it fixed anything, because he kept returning to the wound instead of walking around it. His thumbs did not move. He did not soothe with touch. He had not been given permission to deepen. He simply held where I allowed him. "I cannot undo last year," he said. "I cannot undo the chapel. I cannot undo the moment I said accepted and made you hear betrayal before strategy. But this I can promise without lying. Nico does not get this child because he has your ring on his finger's history." My throat tightened, my finger. Dario's eyes dropped to the ring, his gaze went dark. Yes. For the first time I wanted to tear the ring off and place it in his hand, not as surrender, as refusal. But I did not move, not yet. Some acts required more than impulse. Some symbols had to die publicly. I looked down at him kneeling in front of me, the dawn of a violent house with his hands at my waist and devastation carefully leashed behind his eyes. "What are you thinking?" I asked. His answer came too quickly to be polished. "That I want to kill him." I almost smiled. Almost. "And after that?" "That I want to hide you where no one can reach either of you." There it was, the flaw beneath the love, the lock waiting inside protection. I touched his wrist. He went still. "You cannot hide me from the world by putting me somewhere I cannot leave." "I know. Do you?" His eyes held mine. "I am trying to." That answer was not perfect. It was better than perfect. It was honest. The ache in my chest shifted. I did not know whether it was fear, want, grief, or the first fragile thread of something like trust trying to grow in poisoned soil. I lifted my hand to his face. Dario's breath changed. My fingers touched his jaw, rough with the faintest hint of morning shadow. He looked up at me from his knees with so much controlled hunger and terrified reverence that the bathroom, the test, the war outside the door all blurred at the edges. I leaned toward him. Not much. Enough. His eyes dropped to my mouth, then closed. He turned his face, pressing one restrained kiss to my palm instead. Not my mouth, my palm. The rejection struck hot and sharp. I pulled back. "You do not want to kiss me?" His eyes opened. "That is not the problem. It feels like the problem. I want to kiss you so badly, I am afraid I will make it feel like answer instead of comfort." My throat closed. "You think I cannot tell the difference?" I think you are terrified. I am. And I think if I kiss you while you are looking for somewhere to put the fear, I will take something that should be held first. Held, not taken. The word moved through me like a hand smoothing a blanket over a shaking body. I wanted to be angry with him. I was a little. But underneath it was something worse. I loved him for stopping. Not fully, not safely, not in a way I was ready to name. But some part of me bent toward him with such dangerous softness that I had to look away. Then hold it, I whispered. Dario rose slowly and sat beside me on the bathroom floor, as if the marble were not beneath his dignity. He opened one arm, not around me, available. I hated how carefully he made room for my yes. I leaned into him. His arm came around my shoulders, firm and warm, and for a few minutes I let myself be held beside the sink with a pregnancy test on the counter and an empiring to turn my body into a battlefield. Mira left quietly. I did not notice until later. Dario's hand rested near my upper arm, not my stomach. Do you want a doctor? He asked. Yes. Your doctor or mine? I gave him a look. He exhaled through his nose. A neutral doctor. Better. I will have Mira find one outside Bellandi and Marent influence. At the mention of my family name, something in me tightened. Marent. My parents would not protect me if this became ugly. They would protect the version of themselves that had married me into the Bellandi family and called it strategy. Dario felt the change. He always did. We do not tell your family yet, he said. I looked up sharply. His mouth tightened. I am asking, I breathed. After a moment I nodded. We do not tell them yet. His arm remained steady around me. For the first time all morning I could breathe without it catching. Until movement flickered near the bedroom door. A soft clink. A tray. I turned my head. Orietta stood there frozen, both hands on a tea service, eyes wide in a young, frightened face. I had seen her before in the halls. A junior maid, maybe 19 or 20, with dark blonde hair always braided too tightly, and a habit of keeping her gaze low. She was quiet in a house that punished quiet less than mistakes. Today her silence was not obedience, it was terror. Her eyes dropped to the counter, to the test box, then to Dario sitting on the floor with his arm around me. The tray trembled. Dario rose before I did. Orietta nearly dropped the tea. I am sorry, Don Bellandi, she whispered. Mira asked me to bring. I did not know. I will leave. Dario's voice was calm. Put it down. She obeyed, hands shaking so hard the porcelain rattled. I saw the fear in her face and recognized it. Not guilt, pressure. Did you see anything? Dario asked. Orietta went pale. No, a lie. A terrible one. She knew it. Dario knew it. I knew it. I stood, one hand still near my stomach. Orietta, I said softly. Her eyes flicked to mine. There were tears in them. I saw nothing, she repeated, but this time it sounded like a plea. Dario watched her for a long moment. Then he said, leave. She fled. The door closed behind her. Cold moved under my skin. She knows. I said, she suspects. That is enough. Yes. Dario crossed to the outer door and spoke low to one of the guards. I caught only fragments. Find Mira. No gossip. Quietly. Now. But Bellandi House had ears behind walls, and fear was a faster messenger than loyalty. Far below us, in a service corridor that smelled of bleach and old stone, Orietta made it only halfway to the laundry stairs before Ronaldo caught her by the wrist. I did not see it then, but later I would learn every detail from her shaking mouth. How he stepped out from behind the archway, how he smiled like he had been waiting, how he said her younger brother's name before she could scream. How is little Tommaso? He asked. Orietta had gone still. Ronaldo's fingers tightened around her wrist. Still working near the South Docks? Dangerous place for a boy who owes protection. She begged him not to involve her family. He leaned closer. Then tell me what is happening in the Don's wing. She shook her head. I know nothing. Ronaldo's smile faded. Wrong answer. Her voice broke. Please. Is Alessia sick? Silence. Is she pregnant? Orietta cried then. That was answer enough. Ronaldo released her wrist and pulled out his phone. She grabbed his sleeve. Please, he will know it was me. No, Ronaldo said. He will know you were useful. And somewhere beyond Dario's open doors, beyond Mira's careful hands and the test still lying on the bathroom counter, the first shot of the next war was sent in a single message. Your wife is pregnant. Chapter 7. The white orchids arrived like a threat dressed for church. They came in a crystal vase so tall, Orietta had to use both hands to carry it. Their petals were flawless, waxy and pale, each bloom arranged with the sterile precision of a funeral altar. No scent, no softness, just white faces staring at me from the silver tray as if they had been sent to watch me obey. Orietta would not meet my eyes. That was how I knew before I saw the card. Her hands trembled around the tray, not enough to rattle the vase, but enough for me to notice. I noticed everything now. Tiny things. Breath held too long, eyes lowered too quickly. Men standing near doors where they had no business standing. 5 weeks ago, silence had been survival. Now silence had become evidence. Mira took one look at the flowers and her face hardened. "Throw them out," she said. Orietta flinched. I reached for the card instead. Mira's hand caught my wrist gently. "Alessia, I need to know, because that was the new shape of my life. I needed to know every ugly thing before it entered the room with a smile. The envelope was cream-colored. Nico's stationery. My married name was written across the front in his beautiful, careless hand. Mrs. Nico Bellandi. My stomach turned. Not from sickness this time. From rage. Dario had left an hour earlier to meet with Massimo and Arturo about emergency filings, council pressure, and the doctor Mira had found outside Bellandi influence. He had not wanted to leave me. I had seen it in the way his hand paused near the door, in the way his eyes moved from me to Mira to the guard stationed outside the wing. Fear made him thorough. I had begun to understand that about him. Fear made Nico cruel. Fear made Dario build walls and call them strategy. I was still learning how to stand between the two without becoming brick. I opened the card. The message was short. Cruelty always was when a man believed the law had already finished the rest of the sentence for him. Family gathers at 6. Wear white. Mothers should look grateful. For a moment, the sweet vanished. I was back in Nico's corridor, hearing him say, "Anything inside you while you wear my ring belongs to me." My hand went to my stomach. Still flat, still mine. The baby was no bigger than a secret, but already men were reaching. Mira saw my face and reached for the card. I let her take it. She read it once, then again. Her mouth tightened until it almost disappeared. "That filthy little—" "Mira, I worked in this house when that boy still cried because his shoes pinched. Do not mirror me." Despite everything, a small sound escaped me. Almost a laugh. Almost. Orietta stood frozen with the orchids. Her eyes flicked to my stomach, then away. The movement was so quick it might have meant nothing. It did not mean nothing. I stepped toward her. "Orietta?" She went pale. "Yes, Signora." The title scraped. "Signora. Mrs. Bellandi," which Bellandi no one could safely say anymore. "Did you know who sent these?" "No." "Did you read the card?" "No." Too fast. Mira's gaze sharpened. Orietta swallowed. I only carried them up. Her voice shook on the last word. I wanted to press, to ask why she trembled, to ask who had put fear in her mouth and made her chew it. But before I could, the outer door opened. Dario entered with Massimo behind him. The room changed the way it always did when he arrived. Not because he filled it with noise. Because everything noisy in the room suddenly became aware it could be punished. His gaze went first to me, then the orchids, then the card in Mira's hand. He did not ask who sent them. He knew. Massimo closed the door quietly. Dario held out his hand. Mira gave him the card. I watched him read it. Nothing moved in his face. That was how I knew he was furious. Massimo leaned close enough to see the line. His jaw tightened. "Public gathering," he said. "West Hall." Dario's eyes lifted to mine. "You are not going. I am." No, the word came too fast. Too male, too familiar. My shoulders straightened. Dario saw the mistake the second it left his mouth. His expression changed, not softening exactly, but tightening with recognition. Mira suddenly became very interested in the tea tray. Massimo looked toward the window as if the gardens had developed urgent military value. I folded my arms. "Try again." Dario exhaled slowly through his nose. "Alessia, you do not get to use my name to make an order sound gentle." His mouth pressed into a flat line. Going gives him a room. Not going gives him the whole story. He wants you visible. And I want him denied the pleasure of deciding what my absence means. Dario stepped closer, stopping before he crowded me. He was learning. That was the problem with him. He learned quickly enough to make my anger trip over hope. "If Nico knows, he will use the pregnancy," he said. "He already is." We do not have the doctor's report yet. We do not have the annulment petition filed. We do not have the council votes locked. We also do not have the luxury of pretending he will wait for our paperwork. Massimo's gaze flicked to me. Dario noticed. He will corner you, Dario said. Then let him try in a room full of witnesses. Nico is best in front of witnesses. No, I said. Nico is safest in front of witnesses. There is a difference. Dario went still. That landed. Good. I needed him to understand that I was not reckless because I wanted drama. I knew Nico's performance better than anyone. I had lived inside it. I had smiled beside it. I had watched rooms forgive him because cruelty delivered with charm was easier to swallow than truth spoken by a woman. I touched the card in his hand. He wants white, I said. Then I will wear white. Dario's eyes darkened. Alessia. This is not obedience, my voice lowered. This is me walking into his costume and ruining the play. For a second, he just looked at me. Then he turned to Massimo. Double the interior line. No one with Nico enters that corridor alone. Ronaldo is to be watched, not warned. Massimo nodded once. And the orchids? Mira asked, voice tight. Dario looked at them with such cold disgust I almost pitied the flowers. Burn them, Mira smiled, not kindly. With pleasure. By 6 I was dressed in white, not bridal white, not soft white, war white. Mira had chosen a silk dress from one of the wardrobes Dario had filled without asking, and then apologized for filling when I noticed. I had almost refused it on principle. Then I saw the cut. Severe neckline, long sleeves, no lace, no sweetness. It hugged my body without offering it, fell to my ankles like a blade wrapped in snow, and made my wedding ring look even more obscene against my hand. Mira pinned my hair low at the nape of my neck. Her fingers were gentle but efficient. You look like judgment, she said. I met her eyes in the mirror. Good. There was no visible sign of the baby, no curve, no softness, no proof for them to clap over or claim. Still, I rested my hand briefly over my stomach before standing. Mine first. I did not say it aloud. I did not have to. Dario waited outside the bedroom. When I stepped into the sitting room, he turned. For one unguarded second, his face changed. Not lust, not possession. Grief and awe tangled so tightly I could not separate them. Maybe he remembered another white dress. Maybe I did too. A chapel corridor, rain on stained glass, the wrong Bellandi waiting at the altar. This white dress did not belong to that girl. That girl had walked toward a cage believing silence might be graceful. I had no interest in grace tonight. Dario's gaze moved to my face. Only then did he speak. Are you certain? No, his jaw tightened. I am going anyway. A faint grim warmth touched his eyes better. He offered his arm. I looked at it, then at him. He lowered it, not offended, learning again. We walked side by side with it. No touching. No public claim. The distance between our bodies said more than contact would have. I was not being escorted. I was not being dragged. I was not being displayed on his arm as replacement property. I walked under my own power. The West Hall glittered when we arrived. Scandal always dressed beautifully in Bellandi House. The chandeliers were lit, servants moved with champagne, and family members gathered beneath portraits that had seen worse sins and called them legacy. The air carried the low hum of anticipation. People knew something was happening. They did not know what version of it they were allowed to believe yet. Then I entered in white. The whispers changed. They rolled across the room like silk catching fire. Nico stood near the center beneath the largest chandelier, dressed in midnight blue, a glass in hand, his face arranged in wounded elegance. He saw me. His smile did not move. His eyes did. They dropped to my dress, to my stomach, back to my face. There it was. Satisfaction. He had wanted me in white. He thought I had obeyed. Let him. Men like Nico often mistook patience for surrender right before the knife entered. Dario walked beside me without touching. Nico noticed that too. His gaze flicked between us, measuring, adjusting. Ronaldo stood near the side archway, one hand folded over the other, his expression blank. Massimo stood opposite him, not pretending to look anywhere else. Good. At least some men in this house were finally watching the right monster. Arturo approached with 2 elders behind him. Alessia, he said. Not warm, but careful. Careful was progress in a house that had spent a year being casually cruel. Arturo. His gaze dipped briefly to my dress, then away. Nico requested the family gather. I can see that. He said it concerned succession. The word struck low in my belly. Succession, not pregnancy, not child, succession. They were already changing the language. Dario's shoulder went rigid beside me. Before he could speak, Nico tapped his glass with a silver knife. The clear ringing cut through the hall. Every conversation died. My skin tightened. Too late. I knew it before he opened his mouth. I knew it from the way he stood, from the placement of his body beneath the chandelier, from the way several older family members had already turned toward him with hungry curiosity. He was not going to ask. He was not going to accuse. He was going to announce. Nico smiled at the room with the exhausted tenderness of a man pretend to be humbled by joy. My family, he began. I stopped breathing. Dario shifted so slightly his sleeve brushed mine. Not yet. The warning was in the almost touch. I understood. Strategy, proof, timing. God, how I hated timing. There has been, Nico continued, lowering his eyes for effect, difficulty in my marriage. A few women softened instantly. I wanted to scream. Private matters, he said, hand pressed briefly to his chest, have become public in ways I would not have chosen. Liar. But marriage is sacred in this family. The word sacred almost made me laugh. I have made mistakes. He looked toward me, eyes glistening beautifully beneath the chandelier. So has my wife. Dario's hand closed at his side. I did not look at him. If I did, I might give in to the part of me that wanted him to tear Nico apart before the room could applaud. Nico took one breath, then he placed his hand over his heart. But God, in his mercy, has given us a reason to heal. The room changed before the words came. People leaned forward. Viviana's hand flew to her pearls. Arturo went still. Nico turned fully toward me. His smile became soft, rehearsed, possessive enough to make my skin crawl. My wife is carrying my heir. The hall erupted. Applause, gasps, blessings. Someone cried out, finally, finally, as if my body had delayed a shipment, as if the child inside me had arrived to fix a man who had sold me. The sound hit me like hands. Every clap stole, every smile erased. Every congratulations thrown toward Nico wrapped around my throat. Dario did not move. That was the miracle and the horror of him. He stood beside me while the room celebrated theft, and I felt the violence in him strain against his bones. His sleeve touched mine again. This time, I knew it was not restraint only. It was apology. Not yet. Not here. Not before we can make them hear truth without turning you into worse gossip. I swallowed hard enough to hurt. Strategy over satisfaction. I repeated it silently. Strategy over satisfaction. Nico came toward me through the applause. The room opened for him. A husband approaching his pregnant wife. A future father accepting public praise. A liar walking through a path paved by people too eager for heirs to question the woman's face. He stopped in front of me. Close enough for the room to read intimacy. Not close enough for Dario to kill him without making me the center of a war before we were ready. Alessia, Nico said softly. I stared at him. His eyes glittered. Smile. I did, not sweetly. His expression flickered. He leaned in as if to kiss my cheek. I turned my face just enough that his mouth met air. A few people saw. Good. He recovered quickly, brushing his lips near my ear as if the miss had been affection. Mothers should look grateful, he whispered. I kept my smile in place. And husbands should avoid selling them before breakfast. His eyes hardened. Then, with a performer's timing, he took my left hand and lifted it to the room. My wedding ring caught the light. People clapped louder. Dario's presence beside me became lethal. Nico's thumb pressed over the ring. Thank you, he said to the room, for your prayers, for your patience, for remembering that family survives storms when wives return to where they belong. Return. There it was, the next cage being built in front of everyone. Then Nico did the thing I had known he would do and still could not prepare for. He placed his free hand on my stomach. Lightly, gently, like a blessing, the room sighed. My body recoiled so violently I nearly staggered. For 1 second, I was no longer in the West Hall. I was in every room where Nico had called me useless, every bed where he had turned away, every dinner where he had made my empty womb entertainment, every contract where my name had been written as collateral. And now his hand lay over my child. Dario said one word. Nico. It was not loud. It silenced half the room anyway. Nico removed his hand slowly, smiling as though Dario's warning amused him. "Brother," he said, "surely even you can respect a father's joy." My vision sharpened around the edges. "Father," the word did not enter me. It struck my skin and fell dead. Dario's voice was calm. "Do not test me in front of witnesses you cannot afford to lose." Nico's smile tightened, but he stepped back. Not because he respected me, because he feared the line he had almost crossed too publicly. I pulled my hand from his. That, more than the missed kiss, the room noticed. The applause weakened into murmurs. I turned away before anyone could see my mouth tremble and walked toward the side corridor. Not running. Never running. Every step felt like walking through broken glass in silk shoes. The hall blurred behind me. I reached the shadowed corridor and gripped the edge of a small marble table so hard my fingers hurt. Breathe. Mine first. Breathe. The baby is mine first. A door clicked softly behind me. I did not turn. "I wondered how long before you broke character," Nico said. I straightened. He stood several feet away, alone. No Ronaldo. No Dario. Not yet. He had followed quickly, slipping out before Dario could reach me without causing a visible scene. "Clever." "Exactly, Nico." "You always loved corridors," he said. "Little hiding places, chapel corners, doorways, rooms where you could pretend your silence meant dignity." I looked at him. "You always loved audiences, rooms where people could mistake your cowardice for charm." His smile thinned. "Careful, you are carrying my child." The words were so absurd, so vile, so perfectly him, that for a moment I could only stare. Then I laughed, softly. "No." His expression hardened. "No? No." "The law disagrees." My pulse kicked. He stepped closer. I stood my ground. "In this family," he said, "a child conceived during marriage belongs to the husband unless another man wants to drag his own disgrace into court, council, and church. Do you think Dario wants that? Do you think the great Don wants the city laughing that he impregnated his brother's wife? The city already laughs at what it does not understand. The city respects paperwork." I hated him for being right enough to be dangerous. He saw the fear move through me and smiled. There was nothing beautiful about him now. Without an audience, Nico became what he was. Pretty rot. Expensive weakness. A man so hollow he needed ownership to make an echo. "You see," he whispered, "truth is emotional. Paper is patient. The baby is not yours. Your ring says otherwise. I will take it off." He moved fast. His hand closed around my wrist before I could step away. Not hard enough to bruise in 1 second. Hard enough to remind. My stomach lurched. "Do not embarrass me again," he said. I looked down at his hand, then at him. The old fear was there. I would not lie. My body remembered him too well to pretend bravery erased instinct. But fear was no longer alone. "Let go." "No." The corridor seemed to darken behind him. A voice came from the far end. "Take your hand off the mother of my child." Nico froze. My breath stopped. Dario stood where the corridor met the hall, Massimo behind him and death in every inch of his stillness. Nico's hand opened slowly, too slowly. My wrist throbbed as I pulled it back. Dario's eyes touched the skin there, then lifted to Nico's face. The silence was absolute. Nico should have been afraid. He was. But he was also smiling, because Dario had said it, not in a closed bathroom, not beside a bed. Not as private truth pressed gently into fear here, where servants could hear, where Massimo stood witness, where the walls of Bellandi house could carry it back to the same family Nico had just poisoned with applause. The mother of my child. Nico's smile widened. "Well," he said softly, "that is going to be useful." Dario moved toward him. I caught his sleeve, just 2 fingers. That was all. He stopped. His eyes did not leave Nico, but he stopped. Nico saw that too, saw my hand holding back the dawn. Saw the shift in power before anyone else knew what to call it. His smile faded. "Good." Dario's voice dropped low enough that I felt it in my ribs. "If you touch her again, there will not be enough law in Italy to bury what I do to you." Nico stepped back, but the victory in his eyes had not disappeared. He had lost the corridor, but he had won the room behind us. For now. He adjusted his cuff, recovered his performance, and walked past us toward the West Hall where our family, his family, Dario's family, the wolves waiting for blood or wedding cake, whichever came first, still murmured over the false joy he had handed them. Dario did not turn to watch him go. He looked at me, at my wrist, at my face. "Are you hurt?" I shook my head. then changed it. Yes. His expression darkened. I looked toward the hall where applause had welcomed a lie into the world. Not where anyone can see. Dario's jaw tightened. I placed my hand over my stomach. The gesture was small, private, a shield made of fingers. Behind us, the West Hall glittered with celebration. Before us, Nico's lie had become public enough to wear a crown, and for the first time since the test turned positive, I understood the truth fully. The baby inside me had not just been discovered, it had been declared stolen, and everyone had clapped. Chapter 8. Nico came for me with paperwork before he came with men. That was how cowards entered rooms they did not have the courage to conquer honestly. Not with a gun, not with blood on their hands, with seals, signatures, legal phrases, and 3 elderly men seated around a council table pretending ink did not bruise. The council chamber sat on the east side of Bellandi House, where the morning light came in cold and gray through tall windows. The room had no flowers, no softness, no pointless beauty, only dark paneling, old portraits, a long table scarred by generations of decisions no one called violence because no one bled on the wood. I stood near Dario's chair because I refused to sit in the one they placed for me. It was beside Nico. They had not asked me where I wanted to sit. They had arranged me where the law said I belonged and expected my body to follow the furniture. I looked at the chair, then at Arturo. No. The old man's silver brows drew together. Alessia. No, I repeated. If this meeting concerns me, my body, my marriage, my child, or where any of you believe I should sleep tonight, then I will stand where I choose. Nico sat with his hands folded, his face arranged in patient suffering. He looked rested, polished, almost serene. That was how I knew he had spent the night sharpening something. You see, he said gently. She has become combative. Dario's hand closed over the back of his chair. Massimo stood behind him, expression flat, eyes moving between Nico, the council, and the door. I did not look at Dario. If I did, I would see that terrible restraint in him, and I did not want restraint this morning. I wanted someone to throw Nico through the council table and make every old man in the room admit that law could be a weapon when placed in the wrong hand. But wanting violence was not the same as surviving politics. I was learning that too. Arturo lifted a sheet of paper. Nico has filed a petition requesting your return to the marital residence pending formal investigation into recent accusations. The room did not move. I did, inside. Everything in me recoiled so violently I nearly stepped back. Return. Marital residence. As if Nico's rooms were merely an address. As if the walls that had heard me swallow insults, sob without sound, and photograph evidence with shaking fingers could become safe because a document used clean margins. Dario's voice was ice. Denied. One of the elders, Matteo, cleared his throat. You cannot deny a council petition before it is heard. Dario turned his head slightly. I just did. Nico's mouth almost smiled. There it is, he said softly. My brother's idea of justice. If he wants my wife, law becomes inconvenience. She is not returning to you, Dario said. Nico leaned back. You cannot keep another man's pregnant wife in your private wing and still call this family honorable. The words hit their mark, not because they were true, because they were ugly enough to make careful men nervous. Arturo looked at me. Nico claims concern for the unborn heir's health. He says the stress of your current arrangement is dangerous. I let out a small laugh. No one joined me. Stress, I said. That is what we are calling being sold now? Nico's face tightened. I made a mistake under pressure. You signed a collateral agreement before the mistake. It was never intended to be enforced. Then why did it have my name in it? His eyes hardened. Dario's voice cut across the room. Enough. No, I said. Dario looked at me. I felt every man in the chamber turn with him. My heartbeat was too loud, but my voice held. No, not enough. Not this time. I looked at Arturo. You want to discuss whether returning me to my husband's residence is good for the baby? Then say the whole thing. Or I say you are considering sending me back to the man who publicly claimed a child that is not his, after privately signing my body into debt language with the Valcari family. Matteo shifted in his chair. Another elder looked away. Good. Let them look away. Cowardice needed witnesses, too. Arturo's face was stern, but not dismissive. There is also a statement from your family. The cold that moved through me then was different. Older, quieter. My family, the Marants, the people who had taught me to sit beautifully, suffer discreetly, and understand that survival often meant becoming an acceptable sacrifice before anyone had to ask. Arturo read from the page. Alessia should return quietly to her lawful residence while matters are resolved. Public defiance will only increase bloodshed between families. A wife's embarrassment should not become a family's funeral. The words entered me slowly. Not because they surprised me, because some foolish part of me must have been hoping, even now, that being pregnant would make me valuable enough to protect. A wife's embarrassment. That was what I was to them. Not a daughter, not a woman, not a person carrying a child inside a war. An embarrassment. My fingers curled around the edge of the table. Dario went still beside me, not calm, still, the dangerous kind. Nico watched me with satisfaction so private it barely touched his mouth. I looked at him. You contacted my father. I informed him his daughter was being kept in another man's rooms while carrying her husband's heir. The baby is not yours. Then you should not be afraid of a hearing. Then Dario moved before I could answer, one step forward, not toward Nico exactly, but enough for the room to remember he could cross it. Massimo's phone vibrated. Once, his eyes dropped, his expression changed. Not much. Enough. He leaned toward Dario and murmured something too low for the council. Dario's face emptied. I knew that look now. Something had moved from politics to danger. What? I asked. Massimo looked at me, then at Dario. Dario did not hesitate. Say it. Massimo's voice was controlled. Nico sent men to the West Gate under forged council authority. They are claiming medical escort rights to return Alessia to the marital residence. The chamber froze. Nico's eyebrows lifted, a perfect imitation of surprise. Did I? Dario turned toward him. The air became unbreathable. Arturo shot to his feet. You forged council authority? I did no such thing. Massimo's phone vibrated again. East service entrance breached, he said. Dario's eyes cut to mine. Everything inside me sharpened. The room became too clear. The polished table, the council seals, Nico's calm hands, Dario's black suit, the slight tremor in Arturo's mouth as he realized paperwork had only been the first door Nico tried. Dario moved toward me. She's leaving. Nico stood too. My wife. Dario looked at him. Nico stopped speaking. For all his lies, for all his law, for all his carefully placed performances, Nico still understood one thing clearly. Dario Bellandi might not kill him in front of the council, but he wanted to, and want, in Dario, had consequences. Massimo opened the door. 4 Bellandi guards waited outside. East wing route, Massimo said. Take her now. I walked quickly, not because I was being moved, but because my body understood danger before pride could argue with it. The corridors of Bellandi House twisted around us in a cold, elegant blur. 2 guards walked slightly ahead, 2 guards behind. No one touched me. No one had to. The urgency itself pressed against my back. One guard's voice was low beside me. Stay between us. I almost snapped at him. Then I saw his face. Not commanding. Afraid. That stopped the words in my throat. Not because fear excused command, because I needed to recognize the difference before I fought the wrong battle. We turned into the east wing. A crash sounded somewhere ahead. A shout. Then silence. A guard lifted one hand. Everyone stopped. Another guard's arm came out in front of me, not touching my body, only blocking empty air. My pulse climbed into my throat. The hallway ahead was narrower, lined with closed doors and old runner rugs that swallowed footsteps. At the far end, one guard stood half-turned away from us near a service door. He wore Bellandi black, but his shoes were muddy. That was the first thing I noticed, not the gun beneath his jacket. Not the way his shoulder sat too high. His shoes. Mud tracked across the edge of a rug that had been cleaned that morning. Mud from outside. Mud from the service entrance, where council escorts would never walk if they had proper authority. A guard's hand shifted beneath his jacket. The man turned. He smiled at me. Signora Bellandi, he said. I am here to escort you to the doctor. A guard's voice was death. Who sent you? The man did not look at him. He looked at me. Nico Bellandi requests his wife remain calm. My skin crawled. I took a step back. The man smiled wider. Be charming. The words cut through time. Nico in Dario's office, Nico in the hallway, Nico offering me like settlement. Be charming, Alessia. My fear did not freeze me this time. It focused me. There was a door to my right, a small receiving room, if I remembered correctly. No balcony. One inner lock. Heavy chair near the table. I had passed it twice since moving to Dario's wing. I had noticed because noticing had saved me before. I moved before the men did. One step sideways. The false guard lunged. A guard shouted my name. I slipped into the room and slammed the door with both hands. The man hit it from the other side hard enough to rattle the frame. I twisted the lock, then dragged the chair under the handle with strength I did not know I had. The room was dim, curtains half closed, the air smelling of old polish and dust. My heart punched against my ribs. Outside, chaos erupted. A guard barked orders. Another guard's voice cut through all of it. Mrs. I am inside, I shouted. Then a round of gunshots rang out. Then more gunshots, then silence. Another slam hit the door. The chair jumped. I stumbled back, then grabbed the silent alarm pendant Dario had given me 2 weeks ago and pressed it hard enough to hurt my thumb. I had hated taking it, hated the way it made safety feel like surveillance. Now the small gold disc warmed in my palm like a secret I was grateful to have and angry to need. The false guard struck the door again. Open it, he called, voice suddenly less polite. I looked around. Small table. Lamp. Heavy brass bookend shaped like a wolf. I grabbed it. My hands shook, but they held. Signora, the man said through the door, changing tactics. This is for your health. You do not want to upset the baby. The baby. My vision went white at the edges. Do not give him fear. Give him time. That was what mattered. Time for Dario. Time for Massimo. Time for the house to turn against the intruder. I forced my voice steady. Does Nico know you are using his old lines? Silence. Then, open the door. No. Your husband authorized. My husband sold authorization with the rest of me. The handle jerked violently. The chair scraped but held. A gunshot cracked outside. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the wall. Then a body slammed into the door from the other side. Not trying to enter. Falling. The hallway exploded with footsteps. Men shouting. A curse. Massimo's voice. Clear. Dario, open the door, Alessia. I did not move. My hand clutched the brass wolf so tightly my palm ached. Alessia, he said again, softer now, close to the door. It is me. That did not make my body believe it. My body still heard Nico, still heard be charming, still heard paperwork turning into footsteps. I need a second, I said. The words came out broken. Silence. Then Dario's voice, low and controlled, though I could hear the strain beneath it. Take it. That almost undid me. I stared at the door, the chair, my shaking hands, the brass wolf. The ridiculousness of standing in a receiving room prepared to defend my unborn child with a decorative symbol of the family that had made me prey. A laugh escaped me. It sounded too close to a sob. I dropped the bookend onto the table, moved the chair, and unlocked the door. Dario stood on the other side. His face was bloodless, not pale, bloodless. The false guard lay face down behind him, arms bound on, with Massimo's knee in his back. 2 other Bellandi men were dragging another intruder down the hall. The smell of gunpowder clung to the air. The 4 guards lay dead. Dario reached for me, stopped himself. That pause told me everything. The fear in him had become animal, and he still stopped. Are you hurt? He asked. No. His eyes went to my stomach, then back to my face, as if he caught himself. Are you sure? Yes. Massimo looked up from the intruder. Rinaldo's clearance opened the service door. Dario's face went colder. Rinaldo, so it was no longer suspicion. It had roots now. Nico had sent paperwork. Rinaldo had opened doors. Men had come for me. I pressed a hand to the wall. The hallway tilted. Dario saw it. This time he did not ask. That was the mistake. He turned to Massimo. Underground room. Now. My head snapped up. What? Dario's voice was too controlled. She moves now. He looked at me. Not like he did in the bathroom, not asking permission, not making room for my words. He looked like the Don, and the Don was terrified. The East Wing is compromised, he said. Rinaldo had access. Nico has forged documents. Until I know every door that opens with whose hand, you are going somewhere no one reaches. I can go back to your wing. No. The word struck. My chest tightened. Massimo's eyes flicked between us, wary. Dario continued, the private wing is known, the council chamber is known, the service doors are compromised, the underground safe room is reinforced, isolated, and guarded by men I choose. Men he chose, a room he chose, a door he controlled. I took one step back. His face tightened. Alessia, no. You're shaking. I said no. And I hear you. He moved closer, but his voice hardened with fear. But I am not leaving you in an exposed corridor while Nico's men test my walls. My pulse slammed. Alive is not the same as free. The words had not formed yet, but they lived in me already. Do not move me like evidence, I said. Pain flickered through his eyes. Then another shout came from down the hall. Massimo turned. Dario? That was all. A warning, a clock, a battlefield compressing around us. Dario made the choice. Now, 2 guards approached. They did not touch me because Dario had trained them better, but they formed a path so narrow it felt like being carried without hands. I walked because I could not fight armed men in a hallway while pregnant, shaking, and surrounded by danger. But every step toward the underground level felt like betrayal. Not Nico's. Dario's. That hurt worse than I expected. The safe room was beneath the oldest part of Bellandi house, behind 2 steel doors and a biometric panel hidden inside a wine cellar wall. It was larger than I expected. Sofas, lamps, water, medical supplies, books, a narrow bed. No windows, no sound from the house above. A beautiful bunker. A perfect cage. Dario entered with me. Massimo remained outside with the guards. The first steel door closed, then the second. The lock engaged with a deep mechanical sound that moved through the floor. I turned slowly. Open it. Dario stood near the control panel. Not until the house is cleared. Open it. Alessia, open the door. His eyes were dark with the kind of fear men like him converted into orders. You are safe here. The words hit so hard I almost lost breath. Safe. Safe. How many cages had been built by men who knew that word? I walked to the door and pulled the handle. Nothing. Locked from outside. Locked. From outside. The room vanished. Not literally, but my body did not know the difference between this room and Nico's. Between steel and silk. Between a husband who sold and a Don who protected too hard. My breath shortened. Dario saw. He came toward me. I lifted one hand. Do not. He stopped. Good, but not enough. You said the door would stay open. His face tightened. That was before men came through my walls. No. My voice trembled, then steadied into something sharper. That was before your fear became bigger than your promise. He flinched. Actually flinched. I had never seen Dario Bellandi flinch from anything. Let him feel it. You gave me an open door when you wanted me to trust you, I said. Now you give me a locked one because you are afraid. Tell me, Dario, when does protection become ownership? Silence swallowed the room. His face looked carved from pain. I am trying to keep you alive. Alive is not the same as free. The words came from somewhere deep, somewhere older than this room. He looked at the locked door, then at me. I know that. No, you do not. You understand it in theory. You understand it when Nico is the villain and you get to be better than him. But the moment you are scared enough, you stop asking. You stop seeing me. You start moving me. His breathing changed. I stepped closer because I was shaking and furious and tired of being handled by men's emergencies. I saved myself in that room, I said. Me, I saw his shoes. I heard Nico's words. I locked the door. I pressed the alarm. I stalled him. I know. Do you? My voice broke. Because you took the victory out of my hands and replaced it with another locked door. Dario's eyes closed briefly. When they opened, the Don was gone. Not gone completely. He would never be gone. But something else stood in front of me now. A man who understood he had hurt the person he was trying to protect. The shame in his face nearly broke me. He walked to the panel, pressed his thumb to the scanner, entered a code. The lock disengaged. Then he opened the steel door. Both of them. Wide. The hallway beyond was guarded and cold and not entirely safe. But it was open. Dario removed a keycard from inside his jacket and placed it in my hand. Not on the table. In my hand. His fingers did not close mine around it. He let me decide whether to hold it. I did. His voice came low, roughened by something that sounded dangerously close to grief. This opens both doors from inside. No one removes it from you. Not Massimo. Not a guard. Not me. My fingers tightened around the card. He stepped back. I crossed the line. I stared at him. He did not look away. I did it because I was afraid, but fear does not make it clean. No, it did not. But God, hearing him say it mattered. Too much. My anger remained, but it changed shape. Less flame, more iron. Dario looked at me as if every word cost him, and he intended to pay anyway. You saved yourself before I reached you. Yes. I took that from you? Yes. He nodded once, accepting the verdict. Then he said the thing that made my throat burn. Then teach me before I become another man you survive. The open door waited behind him. This time I believed it was open. Not because the house was safe. Because he had learned what closing it cost. Chapter 9. The chair beside Nico was empty when I entered the council room. That was the first insult, not his face, not the bruising smugness around his mouth, not the way he sat with one ankle crossed over his knee like a man attending a business disagreement instead of his own trial. The chair, placed close enough that my sleeve would have brushed his if I sat, angled slightly toward him as if even the furniture expected me to return to orbit around the man who had tried to sell me, retrieve me, and steal my unborn child with applause. I stopped in the doorway. Dario stopped beside me. He saw the chair at the same time I did. The air around him went cold. Massimo stood behind us, silent, watchful, a folder tucked under one arm and a gun hidden somewhere no one polite would mention. Arturo Bellandi sat at the head of the long council table instead of Dario today, because a trial required the appearance of separation. Even in a family that understood power did not truly leave Dario's hands unless he cut them off himself. 5 council elders lined the table. Men with silver hair, dark suits, old rings, and faces trained to make cruelty sound procedural. Nico wore charcoal gray. He looked almost wounded. I hated him most when he looked wounded, because people wanted to believe beautiful men could only be monsters by accident. Arturo gestured to the empty chair. Alessia. I looked at him, then at Nico, then at the chair. No. The room stiffened. Nico gave a soft laugh. There it is. Dario did not move, but I felt his attention sharpen beside me. He had not tried to place me, had not offered me his own chair, had not stepped in front of me like I was evidence needing presentation. He waited. Good. I stepped forward and remained standing at the foot of the table. I will not sit beside the man who signed my name into debt language and called it marital strategy. Nico's smile tightened. Matteo, one of the elders, frowned. This is a formal proceeding. Then formally, put my chair somewhere else. Silence. Dario's mouth did not move, but Massimo leaned slightly as if he had heard something worth remembering. Arturo looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded to a guard. Move the chair. Nico's fingers flexed once against his knee. A small thing. A victory. Mine. The guard moved the chair away from Nico and placed it halfway down the table, alone. I did not sit. Let them look at me. Let them understand that I was tired of being arranged. Arturo folded his hands. This proceeding is called to address accusations against Nico Bellandi concerning unauthorized debts, misuse of family funds, illegal collateral agreements, forged retrieval authority, and public misrepresentation regarding the unborn child. The unborn child. Even carefully said, the words tightened around me. My hand wanted to go to my stomach. I stopped it. Not because I was ashamed, because the room was watching for every gesture, every proof of softness they could turn into weakness. Nico leaned back. May I add that I reject the framing of these accusations? Arturo's eyes cut to him. You may speak when asked. Nico inclined his head, obedient now, performing humility because arrogance had failed him in hallways. Dario stood near the wall to my right, not at the table, black suit, no ornament, hands clasped loosely in front of him. To anyone else, he looked calm. I could feel the violence in him from across the room, not aimed at me, but so close to the surface that the air seemed to understand it and tremble. Arturo looked at me. Alessia Bellandi. The name felt strange, too many men attached to it. Did Nico Bellandi offer you to Dario Bellandi as settlement of a debt? Nico made a disgusted sound. This is obscene. Dario's head turned slightly. Nico shut his mouth. I took one breath, then another. This was the moment. The one my body wanted to flee, not because I doubted the truth, but because saying it in front of men with authority made the wound public again, and public wounds had a way of becoming entertainment. Yes, I said. Arturo's gaze did not leave me. State the words as accurately as you remember them. I looked at Nico. He smiled with all his teeth hidden. I held his gaze when I spoke. He said, "One night with my wife, that clears the debt." The sentence moved through the room like a hand passing over flame. One elder looked down. Another shifted his chair back an inch, as if distance could protect him from complicity. Nico's face hardened. "She is twisting context." I turned toward him. "What context makes that sentence clean?" His eyes flashed. Arturo struck the table once with his ring. Nico looked away first. That was not a victory, but it fed something in me that had been starved too long. Arturo continued, "Did Dario Bellandi force you that night?" The room tightened again. This question had already been asked in a corridor, but here it had teeth. Here it would become record. I looked at Dario, just once. He did not soften his face to influence me, did not plead with his eyes, did not silently ask me to protect him. He stood there and let truth remain mine. "No," I said, "Dario did not force me." Nico's mouth curved, "But let the record hold the rest of it," I said. The curve vanished. "Dario left the door open. He told me I could leave. He stopped when I challenged him. He asked when any other man in this house would have assumed. Whatever happened between us happened because I chose it. That truth does not erase what Nico did. It proves how vile it was." No one spoke. I heard Dario's breath change once. Only once. Arturo nodded slowly. Massimo opened the folder and stepped forward. He laid documents across the table with the clean precision of a man placing knives in order of use. "Financial records show unauthorized transfers from Bellandi reserve accounts to holding companies linked to Valcari intermediaries," he said. 3 missed repayment notices, 2 route guarantees, 1 demand for collateral by dawn. He placed the folded cream note on the table, the note from dinner, the note I had hidden in my dress, my first piece of war. Massimo continued. "Additional evidence was provided by Alessia." Every eye turned toward me. Nico laughed softly. "Ah, yes, my wife the spy." I looked at him. "No, your wife the witness." The room absorbed that. Massimo placed enlarged photos on the table, ledger pages, receipts, account fragments, voice note transcripts. Nico's face grew tighter with every page. "Alessia collected these over several months," Massimo said. "Many were taken before Dario knew the full extent of Nico's activities." "Meaning," I said, "because if they were going to talk about my evidence, they would also hear my voice." Before anyone thought to ask what I had seen. Arturo's gaze came to me. I held it. I was quiet, not blind. The words landed harder than I expected. Maybe because they were simple. Maybe because every woman in the world had a version of them buried somewhere. Massimo moved to the final document. The original collateral agreement lay inside a protective sleeve. White paper that had almost ruined me by looking so ordinary. He did not pass it around. Dario's voice cut in before anyone reached for it. "No one handles that document like it is trade inventory." The elder beside Arturo stiffened. Dario's eyes did not move. "Her name is in it. You will speak accordingly." A strange warmth moved through my chest. Not comfort, recognition. Dario could still be controlling. He could still make fear into walls if he did not watch himself. But here, in this room, he remembered the difference between protecting my dignity and taking my voice. Arturo nodded once. "Alessia may read it if she chooses." My stomach turned. Dario looked at me then. A question, not an order. I walked to the table and picked up the sleeve. The paper shook slightly in my hand. I hated that. Then decided I did not. Let them see the tremor. Courage was not the absence of shaking. It was reading the words anyway. My voice was steady by the second line. Asset designation, Alessia Bellandi. Marital status attached to Nico Bellandi. Transferable under social, political, physical, or reproductive leverage value in the event of unpaid debt or breach of private note. The room blurred for half a second. I pushed through it. Signed by Nico Bellandi. Witnessed through intermediary channels tied to Severin Valcari. The name Valcari changed the elders' faces, not with shock, with calculation. There it was. The real fear. Not what had been done to me, what could be done to the family because of it. I set the document down. "If you are wondering whether those words hurt worse spoken aloud than when I first read them," I said, looking at each man at the table, "they do not. The worst part was realizing a room full of men might debate what they meant before saying they were evil." No one answered. Nico pushed back from the table. You enjoy this, do you? I turned. He looked different now. The wounded husband was thinning. Beneath him stood the small, furious man I knew better. You stand there in my brother's protection, carrying a child you claim is not mine, reading private agreements like a martyr. Tell them the rest, Alessia. Dario moved one step off the wall. I lifted my hand slightly. He stopped. Nico saw it. His hatred sharpened. Tell them how long you wanted him. Tell them about the chapel. Tell them how you looked at Dario the night before our wedding like you were waiting to be taken. The words scraped the room. Taken. Dario's face went lethal. I did not look at him. This was mine too. Yes, I said. Nico blinked. So did half the table. Yes, I repeated. I wanted Dario before I married you. A murmur broke out. I spoke over it. And then I married you anyway because families like ours do not ask daughters where their hearts have gone before signing contracts. Nico's mouth tightened. I was your wife. I wore your ring. I lived in your rooms. I sat beside you at dinners while you turned my body into a family joke because I had not given you an heir. My voice did not rise. It did not have to. You did not lose me because I wanted your brother. You lost any claim to my loyalty when you priced me. Silence. Then Nico leaned forward, ugly with rage. You opened your legs for him before the debt was even cold. The room exploded. Dario crossed the space faster than anyone could stop him. The chair beside Nico crashed back. Massimo stepped forward. Arturo shouted, Dario! Dario grabbed Nico by the throat and drove him against the table edge. The sound cracked through the room. Nico clawed at his wrist, face reddening, but Dario did not squeeze enough to kill. Not yet. Enough to promise. The violence in him was terrifying. Not because it was wild, because it was controlled within a hair's width of ending a bloodline. Say one more word about her like that, Dario said, voice low, and I will remove the tongue you wasted it with. Nico's eyes bulged. I should have been satisfied. Part of me was. A dark, wounded part. But another part looked at Dario and saw the edge he was approaching. Saw Nico baiting him. Saw the council watching the Don become the scandal they feared. Saw my child's future beginning in a story where fatherhood and murder shared a doorway. I moved. Dario? He did not release Nico. I came closer. Massimo looked at me, warning in his eyes. I ignored him. Dario, I said again, softer. His jaw was locked. His fingers were still at Nico's throat. I placed 2 fingers against his wrist. Not pulling, not commanding, reminding. His eyes cut to mine. There was so much rage there it almost swallowed him. He wants this, I said. Nico rasped against Dario's hand. He wants the room to remember your violence more than his paperwork. Dario breathed once. Then again, slowly his hand opened. Nico collapsed against the chair, coughing, one hand to his throat. Dario stepped back, but his eyes stayed on me. Something passed between us then that no counsel could record. He had come to the edge. I had reached him, and he had returned. Not because he was weak, because he chose not to let Nico decide what kind of man he would become in front of me. Nico coughed once more, then began laughing. Raw, hoarse, ugly. You see? Voice scraped. You all see? Arturo's face was grim. Nico wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He stands there like judge and executioner, but this is what he is. A man who took his brother's wife and now wants to pretend violence makes it love. Dario did not answer. Good, I did. Do not say love with my name still caught in your contract. Nico's eyes snapped to me. The hatred in them was pure now. Then he smiled. It frightened me more than the hatred. Fine, he said. Let us talk about contracts. Let us talk about law. My stomach tightened. He looked at the elders. My wife is pregnant during our marriage. Under the law, under family custom, under every succession precedent in this bloodline, the child is mine unless disproven through humiliation. Dario cannot afford. The room changed. There it was. The baby, dragged onto the table with the papers. I placed my hand over my stomach before I could stop myself. This time, I did not move it away. Nico saw. His smile deepened. The heir is mine. Dario's voice came quiet and deadly. No. Nico turned to him. Dario stepped beside me. The child is not yours. A gasp broke somewhere down the table. Nico's expression flickered with triumph. He had wanted Dario to say it. He had wanted the admission on family record. Dario knew. He said it anyway. Then the whole room looked at me. I felt their judgment before it formed. Adulteress, scandal, political disaster, succession threat, woman, always woman last. I lifted my chin. The baby is Dario's. The room erupted. Not yelling exactly, worse. Controlled outrage, mutters, chairs scraping, Arturo demanding order, Matteo crossing himself like biology had insulted God personally. Nico lunged. Not at Dario, at me. He moved so fast the chair toppled behind him. You lying. Dario caught him before he reached me. This time, he did not go for Nico's throat. He slammed him face down onto the table and pinned his arm behind his back with such brutal efficiency, Nico cried out before he could stop himself. Massimo had his gun drawn. So did 2 guards. Arturo stood, face pale. Enough. Dario leaned over Nico. You will not move toward her again. Nico's cheek pressed against the polished wood. His eyes found mine, furious and wet. He stopped struggling. Then he smiled against the table. You are too late. The room chilled. Dario's grip tightened. Nico laughed, breathless. You think this room matters? You think your little family trial controls the story? My pulse slowed with dread. Nico looked at me. My wife wanted truth, he whispered. So I gave the city a story. Massimo's phone rang. Then another. Then one of the elders' phones. Then Arturo's. The sound spread around the room like an alarm no one had planned, but everyone had feared. Massimo stepped back, answered, listened for 2 seconds, and looked at Dario. Collateral excerpts just went out through Valcari channels, he said. Pregnancy claim included. Allied families are receiving different versions. My knees nearly weakened. Different versions. Of me, of the baby, of the night. Nico laughed harder until Dario twisted his arm and the laugh became a groan. Arturo stared at his phone as if it had turned into a weapon. Dario looked at me. Not the council, not Nico. Me. And in his eyes I saw the truth settle. Nico had lost the room, so he had set the city on fire. The phone in Massimo's hand kept ringing. Somewhere beyond Bellandi House, my name was already being carried from mouth to mouth, stripped, twisted, dressed in whatever shame would travel fastest. Nico turned his head as much as Dario's grip allowed. His voice was hoarse, but his smile survived. My wife wanted truth, he said again, so I gave the city a story. Chapter 10. By noon, the city knew Dario Bellandi had gotten his brother's wife pregnant. By 1, they had decided I had planned it. That was the cruelty of scandal. It never traveled alone. It picked up teeth. It dressed itself in whatever version made a woman most guilty and a man most interesting. By the time the whispers reached Bellandi House, I had become seductress, victim, thief, adulteress, ruined wife, ambitious whore, tragic pawn, and dangerous liar depending on who spoke and what they wanted from the story. No one called me tired. No one called me afraid. No one called me a woman standing in a room while men tried to build dynasties out of her womb. I sat near the window in Dario's private sitting room, reading one of the messages someone had sent through an old family contact before Massimo shut the line down. Did you think becoming the Don's mistress would make the baby legitimate? The words did not hurt the way they were meant to. That was the frightening part. Pain had begun to sort itself inside me. Some cuts bled, some only showed me where the blade had failed. This one made me cold. Dario crossed the room and took the phone from my hand. I looked up. Give it back. No. My eyes narrowed. He caught the mistake before I said a word and held the phone out again. Screen down in his palm. A correction. A choice. Do you want it back? He asked. The anger in my chest stumbled. I hated when he learned in real time. It made it difficult to keep him in the box with every other man who had handled me badly and called it concern. I stared at the phone, then at him. No. He set it on the table, not pocketing it, not hiding it, not making the decision disappear. Do not poison yourself with strangers' mouths, he said. Ignorance is another cage. His jaw tightened. He looked exhausted, not visibly to anyone who feared him. Dario's exhaustion did not slump his shoulders or weaken his voice. It lived in the faint darkness beneath his eyes, the controlled brutality of his stillness, the way he had not taken off his suit jacket, even after 6 hours of calls, threats, emergency strategy, and council containment. I am not asking you to be ignorant, he said. I am asking you not to stand in the fire just to prove it burns. The line hit too close. I looked back through the window. The gardens below were manicured into submission. Hedges squared, gravel combed, fountains whispering beneath gray sky. Everything in Bellandi house was trained to look calm after violence passed through it. Even me, once. Severin Valcari is spreading it through allied channels, I said. Dario did not ask how I knew. I had been in the room when Massimo said it. I had learned the language of their war because my name had become one of its routes. Yes, Dario said. What version? Different ones. That is not an answer. It is the cleanest one. I turned from the window. Do not protect me with vagueness. His eyes held mine. For a moment I saw the instinct rise in him, the one that wanted to soften, filter, choose what reached me because I was pregnant and under siege and too important to risk breaking. Then he killed it. Good. Some say you were sold willingly, he said. Some say you carried Valcari information to me in exchange for protection. Some say the collateral document was forged by me to steal Nico's wife and heir. Some say the baby is Nico's and I am using you to break succession. I absorbed each version. One by one, none surprised me. All of them sickened me. And what does Severin want? Dario's expression hardened. To weaken Bellandi legitimacy before making a debt claim through Nico. Against me? Against the family, through you. There it was again, through you. Men loved routes, ports, corridors, bloodlines, women. Anything could become a passage if the right man refused to see it as human. Massimo entered before I could answer. He carried a tablet and wore the expression of a man who had not slept and had no intention of complaining about it. The Allied representatives are assembled in the West Hall, he said. Council present. Arturo is waiting. Dario nodded. Massimo looked at me. Not at my stomach. At me. Your attendance is expected but not required. I almost smiled. Expected but not required. That sounded like Massimo's version of tenderness. Dario said nothing. He let me decide. I stood. The room tightened around his silence. I am going. Dario's eyes searched my face. Because you want to? Because hiding lets them draw me without seeing me. And if the room turns cruel? I lifted my chin. Then it will be honest for once. A shadow of something moved through his eyes. Pride, maybe. Fear, definitely. Love, if I dared name it. I did not yet. The West Hall had been built for ceremonies, but it understood trials better. The chandeliers burned brighter than necessary. Family banners hung from black iron rods. Bellandi men lined one side of the room, Allied representatives the other, council elders seated beneath the largest portrait of Dario's grandfather. Nico was not present. That absence made the room more dangerous, not less. A villain in chains could be watched. A villain outside your sight became weather. I entered beside Dario, not behind, not on his arm, beside. The room noticed. Every eye touched me. Some curious, some disgusted, some pitying, some measuring my waist for evidence of future power. My stomach was still flat. I had never felt more invaded. Dario stopped at the center of the hall. I stopped with him. For one brief second, the memory of Nico announcing the pregnancy here tried to claw up my spine. The applause, his hand on my stomach. The room celebrating a theft because the thief had spoken first. Dario's hand did not touch me, but his voice came low enough for only me. Breathe, I did. Once, then again. Arturo stood. We are assembled under emergency authority to clarify Bellandi position after the unauthorized release of private documents and claims. Dario's voice cut through the room before Arturo could continue. No. The elder paused. Every representative focused. Dario stepped forward. We are not clarifying after Nico. We are correcting him. The room went still. Dario looked across the gathered faces with the flat, lethal calm of a man who did not need volume because everyone already understood the cost of missing a word. Nico Bellandi is stripped of all operational rank, account authority, guard command, council privilege, and representative standing as of this hour. A ripple moved through the hall. One of the elders rose halfway. Dario did not look at him. As of this hour, he repeated. The elder sat. My pulse jumped. Not because I pitied Nico, because power was terrifying even when used against the person who deserved it. Dario continued. He misused Bellandi accounts. He routed family money through Valcari-linked intermediaries. He signed a private collateral agreement naming Alessia Bellandi as a transferable marital asset. He forged retrieval authority to move her by force. He publicly claimed a child that is not his. The room seemed to stop breathing after the last sentence. There it was. Not whispered. Not leaked. Not twisted through Valcari channels. Stated by the Don before everyone who mattered. An allied representative with silver at his temples stepped forward. Don Bellandi, you are asking this room to accept that you have endangered the empire for your brother's wife. There it was, the polite version of every ugly message. Dario turned to him. What is her name? The man blinked. What? Her name? The representative's mouth tightened. Alessia. All of it. Silence expanded. The man looked briefly embarrassed, then irritated that he had been made to feel it. Alessia Bellandi. Dario's voice lowered. Use it when you speak of the woman my brother tried to sell. My throat tightened. The room shifted, not in sympathy, not fully. But something changed. A correction had entered the air, and whether they liked it or not, they had to breathe it. Dario looked across the hall again. Alessia is under Bellandi protection because she chooses to remain here. Nico had said wife and meant property. Dario said protection and made it conditional on my will. The difference should have been small. It felt like ground beneath my feet. The child she carries is my blood, Dario said. A new wave of murmurs. He let them come, then he cut them down. But the child is Alessia's first. Any man who forgets that will answer to me before he answers to law, council, or God. My hand curled at my side. Not over my stomach. At my side. Because for the first time since Nico's announcement, I did not feel I had to shield the baby alone. Dario was not finished. Nico used marriage as ownership. He used law as a cage. He used family loyalty as cover for debt. If any man in this room thinks my position is weakened because I refuse to continue that rot, then speak now and make your allegiance useful to my enemies. No one spoke. Some because they agreed, some because they were afraid. In Bellandi house, fear and loyalty often wore the same suit. Dario stepped back, not behind me, beside me. The representative lowered his head. Not enough to be submission, enough to survive. Arturo took over then, announcing council procedures, asset freezes, guard reassignments, and pending motions against Nico. The words blurred around me. Necessary. Important. Cold. But I heard the one thing that mattered. Nico had been stripped. Not destroyed. Not yet. But stripped enough to bleed. Back in Dario's rooms, the quiet felt dangerous. Not because of him, because of what it revealed. I stood near the fireplace, still in the severe blue dress Mira had chosen for the assembly. My white dress from Nico's lie hung somewhere else now, removed from my sight. Dario loosened his tie but did not take it off. The room held too much. His public claim. My name in his mouth before the empire. The baby named his blood but mine first. The way every man had looked at me, calculating what my body meant to their alliances. Dario watched me from across the room. Say it. I looked at him. What? The thing you are holding by the throat. A tired laugh escaped me. You make me sound violent. You are. Good. Yes. I crossed my arms, then uncrossed them because the gesture felt defensive, and I was tired of defending myself even in empty rooms. If I were not pregnant, I said, would you still have done that? His face changed. Just a little. Enough to show I'd struck something tender. Yes. You answer too fast, because the answer was already there. I shook my head. No, think before you give me a beautiful line. It is not a line. Would you still burn the world if I were empty? The question hung between us. Raw. Ugly. Mine. Dario went very still. I hated that I needed the answer so badly. Hated that Nico's cruelty had rooted itself deep enough to make me wonder whether my value had only shifted from failed womb to useful womb. Hated that even Dario's protection could feel suspicious when the whole world had started looking at me like a succession problem. Dario crossed the room slowly. I did not step back. He stopped in front of me. Close enough for warmth, far enough to give me air. When Nico mocked your empty womb at dinner, he said, I wanted to break his jaw. My breath caught. When I saw your hand shaking over that note, I wanted every man who taught you to hide fear put in the ground. Dario? When you stood in my doorway in my shirt and refused to hide, I wanted to kneel, not because of a child, because you were alive in a place meant to make you small. My eyes burned. I looked away. He did not let the words become soft enough to manipulate. He simply placed them there and waited for me to decide what they meant. I want the baby, he said. My hand moved to my stomach then. He saw it. I want our child safe. I want Nico's name erased from any paper that dares come near either of you. I want to hear that heartbeat and not think of war for one blessed second. His voice roughened. But I wanted you before I knew there would be a heartbeat. My throat closed. And if there had never been one, I whispered, then I would still be standing here, trying to become a man you do not have to survive. That did it. The tears came before I could turn away. Not many. Enough. Dario lifted his hand, then stopped. Always stopping, always giving me the terrible gift of choosing whether to close the distance. I stepped into him. His arms came around me. Not crushing, not claiming, holding. I pressed my face against his chest and hated how safe it felt. Hated how badly I wanted safety. Hated that tenderness could be as frightening as cruelty when you had gone too long without it. I need to feel wanted, I said against his shirt. Not protected, not useful. Not pregnant, wanted. His breath changed. His hands tightened slightly at my back. Look at me. I did. The room seemed to narrow to his face. His eyes were dark, unguarded, and full of a hunger he had restrained so often for my sake that seeing it now felt like standing too close to flame. I want you, he said. Not as proof, not as rebellion, not as the mother of my child first. You, angry, brilliant, terrifying, half ready to cut me open if I choose wrong. A laugh broke through my tears. His mouth almost curved. I want the woman who saved evidence while everyone mistook silence for weakness. I want the woman who slapped Nico in front of witnesses. I want the woman who told a room full of old men that she was quiet, not blind. He touched my cheek with the back of his fingers, slow enough for refusal. I did not refuse. I want you when you are soft, he said, voice lower now. And when you are not, I want you when you are carrying my child, and I would want you if your body never gave this family a single heir. The words entered places I had not known were still bleeding. I reached for him. This kiss was not like the first night. That kiss had been a reclamation, a blade pulled from Nico's hand and turned back toward myself. This one was trust walking forward with its eyes open. Dario's mouth met mine with restraint at first, as always, but restraint did not mean distance. It meant he was listening. His hands stayed at my waist until I moved closer. When I did, he gathered me with a breath that sounded almost broken. The room warmed around us. Or maybe that was me. Maybe I had been cold for so long that being wanted without being cornered felt like standing in sunlight after years underground. He lifted his head. Still with me? Yes. Not because you are upset? I am upset. I touched his jaw. I am also here. His eyes held mine. Do you want to stop? No. Do you want me? I answered by taking his hand and placing it over my heart, where it was beating too fast beneath the blue fabric. I want you to remember I am here before anywhere else. His expression changed. He lowered his forehead to mine. I remember. Every part of what followed kept that promise. He did not touch my stomach until I guided him there. He did not unfasten a single button without looking at my face first. He moved slowly, not because desire was weak, but because trust deserved room. The blue dress slipped from my shoulders with his help and my permission, pooling on the floor like a discarded roll. His jacket followed, his tie. The armor of him loosened piece by piece until the dawn became the man whose hands trembled once when I touched his chest. That tremor undid me. Dario Bellandi, who could silence a hall full of powerful men, trembled because I placed my palm over his heart. I kissed him there. His hand slid into my hair, not gripping, just anchoring, Alessia. My name was not warning now, not command, a confession. We reached the bed without haste, wrapped in quiet breath and the kind of atch that built because neither of us wanted to steal from the moment by rushing it. He laid me down carefully, as if the sheets themselves required my consent. When he came over me, he held his weight away until I drew him closer. The world narrowed, not to bodies only, to trust, to the sound of him asking, to the sound of me answering, to hands that learned where grief lived and touched around it gently, to warmth, to my own voice, unashamed when it broke, to his mouth against my temple when emotion rose too hard and fast. I have you, he whispered once. I pressed my fingers into his back. No, I have me. He went still. Then he kissed me so softly it hurt. Yes, he said, you do. That was the moment I gave myself fully to him again. Not because he claimed me, because he understood he could not. When the tension finally crested and left me shaking, it was not emptiness that followed. It was quiet. Deep, human quiet. Dario held me through it. He did not immediately become Don again, did not reach for his phone, did not turn the moment into strategy. He gathered the covers around me, brought water to my lips, and waited while I drank with both hands wrapped around the glass. My face was damp. He wiped nothing without asking. I handed him the edge of the cloth myself. Only then did he touch my cheeks, so gently, so carefully. As if tenderness had become a language we were both still learning. Are you all right? He asked. No, his face tightened. I caught his wrist. But not because of this. He exhaled slowly. I leaned back against the pillows, exhausted, bare beneath his shirt again because he had helped me into it when I began shivering. Aftercare, I was learning, was not only warmth and water. It was being believed afterward. It was not having to perform satisfaction to comfort the man who had given it. It was Dario sitting beside me with one hand open on the blanket, available but not demanding. I took it, his fingers closed around mine. Only then did his other hand hover near my stomach. He looked at me. I nodded. He placed his palm there with such reverence my throat burned. Hello, he said softly. I laughed, teary and breathless. That is all. His eyes stayed on my stomach. I am trying not to frighten either of you with the size of what I feel. I covered his hand with mine. For a moment, the world outside the room did not disappear. But it waited. That was enough. Then a hard knock struck the outer door. Dario's head lifted. The man beside me vanished behind the dawn in a single blink. I sat up, clutching the sheet. Who is it? Massimo's voice came through the door. Dario? Only his name. Nothing else. That was worse than shouting. Dario rose and dressed quickly, but not carelessly. He turned once before leaving the bedroom. Stay here? This time it was a question. My heart ached despite the fear rising. I will stay until you tell me what is happening. He nodded, then opened the outer door. Massimo stepped in, face grim. Nico escaped. The words struck the room like a gunshot. Dario went completely still. Massimo continued. 2 guards dead, 1 missing. The original Valcari collateral file is gone. My hand tightened over the sheet. Dario's voice was almost gentle. Ronaldo? Missing. Silence. Then the last fragile piece in the room shattered. Dario looked toward me, not through me, at me, and I saw the war return to his eyes. Nico wants war, he said. His voice was quiet enough to be terrifying. Then he dies running. Chapter 11. Nico sent the video at dawn because cowards like to borrow holy light for ugly things. Massimo brought it into Dario's office without knocking. That alone told me the world had shifted while Bellandi house slept badly around us. Massimo always knocked. Not because Dario required ceremony from him, but because men like Massimo understood boundaries as part of discipline. A door opened without warning meant blood had already touched the morning somewhere. Dario stood behind his desk, still in yesterday's black shirt, sleeves rolled, jaw shadowed with sleeplessness. Maps covered the desk, route charts, call logs, surveillance stills from the East Service entrance, Ronaldo's access trails, Valcari-linked properties marked in red. I sat near the fireplace with a cup of tea gone cold between my palms. No one had asked me to leave. That mattered. After the safe room, after the locked door mistake, after Dario placing the key card in my hand and telling me to teach him before he became another man, I survived. He had stopped treating my fear as something to move around like furniture. He did not like it. I saw that every time danger entered the room and his eyes flicked to my body, my stomach, the exits. But he was trying. Trying, in Bellandi house, felt more dangerous than certainty. Certainty made cages. Trying left doors open and waited to see who walked through. Massimo set a phone on Dario's desk. Nico sent this through 3 channels, he said. 1 to Arturo, 1 to a Valcari broker, 1 to the Morent house. My fingers tightened around the cup. My family. Nico would not waste a knife if he could use it twice. Dario's eyes moved to me. Do you want to watch? The question entered the room carefully. Not you should not. Not this will upset you. Not I will handle it. Do you want? Yes, I said. Dario did not argue. Massimo pressed play. Nico appeared on the small screen sitting in a wooden chair beneath poor yellow light. One eye was swollen at the edge. A bruise darkened his jaw. His shirt collar was open, his hair slightly disordered in a way that looked rehearsed. Behind him were cracked stone walls and something metal hanging out of focus. He looked less like a fugitive than a man auditioning for pity. "My family," Nico began, voice hoarse. I hated that he was good at this. Even bruised, even disgraced, even after everything, he knew how to make weakness look like injury instead of consequence. "If this reaches you, know that I tried to resolve matters with dignity." Dario did not move. Massimo's face gave nothing away. I stared at Nico's mouth and felt, with shocking clarity, that I had once spent a year listening for affection there. What a terrible thing loneliness could make sacred. "My wife has been taken from me," Nico continued. "My unborn child claimed by a brother who has always believed everything in this family belonged to him first." Dario's hand curled once against the desk. I watched it, then watched him uncurl it. He was not only restraining rage now, he was remembering me. "My terms are simple," Nico said. "Alessia returns to me by midnight. The child is recognized as my heir until blood law proves otherwise. Dario steps down from all proceedings against me. If not," he smiled then. Small, wet-eyed, vicious. "Bellandi routes burn. Valcari claims become public. And every family that touched Dario's table learns what happens when a Don steals his brother's wife." The video should have ended there. It did not. Nico leaned closer to the camera. His eyes seemed to find me through the screen. "Alessia," he said softly. "Come home before he kills everyone around you and calls it love." My stomach turned, then the video ended. Silence filled the office. Dario looked at Massimo. "Replay it." Massimo obeyed. This time, Dario did not watch Nico. And he watched the background, the light, the angle, the stone, the blurred metal. Massimo paused on a frame and enlarged it. Stonework is old, religious or warehouse. Conversion could be anywhere on the south side. Dario leaned in. "Audio." Massimo adjusted the volume and played the last half again. Nico's voice filled the room, oily and wounded. I tried not to listen to the words. That was when I heard it. Beneath him, faint, 3 metallic beats. Not a bell exactly. Too broken for that. A hollow, uneven clang, then silence, then 2 quick strikes like wind moving something cracked against iron. "Stop," I said. Massimo paused the video. Both men looked at me. "Play the part before he says my name." Massimo did. I stood without realizing it. There, again. 3 beats, a broken bell that could not ring properly. My hands went cold. "San Rocco," Dario's eyes sharpened. "What?" "San Rocco Chapel Warehouse." Massimo frowned. "The old chapel near the canal?" "Yes." The memory came fully now, uninvited and exact. "The bell tower was damaged years ago. The bell does not swing clean. When the wind comes off the canal, the chain knocks against the cracked side." 3 beats, then nothing. Nico used to meet men there. Dario stared at me. "How do you know?" I looked at him. A year of dinners, a year of closed doors, a year of Nico mistaking my silence for absence. He took calls in his dressing room and thought I stopped listening because I stopped asking questions. My voice steadied. "He mentioned San Rocco twice, once after a Valcari message, once after Ronaldo brought him an envelope." Massimo was already moving to another map. "San Rocco connects to the lower canal route," he said. "Abandoned chapel in front, warehouse attached in back. Access to water, 3 road exits, 1 tunnel line that used to run contraband wine before the Bellandis owned the district." Dario's face hardened. "Valcari Transit." "Yes." I stepped closer to the desk. Massimo marked the location. Dario turned his head toward me. "Thank you." The words were simple. They touched something old and bruised in me. Thank you. Not surprised that I knew. Not a lecture about how I should have said so sooner. Just gratitude. I looked at the map. "Nico will expect force." "He will get it," Dario said. "No." My eyes moved over the roads, the canal, the chapel outline. "He will expect you to come angry. He wants you angry. That is what he did in the trial room. He pushes until the room remembers your violence instead of his crime." Dario went still. Massimo watched me with open attention now. I continued, because once I saw the pattern, I could not unsee it. "He will keep the collateral file visible. He will use it like bait. He will want witnesses or a recording. something that makes you look like the thief of his wife, the attacker of a wounded brother, the Don who would murder family over scandal. Dario's voice was low. And you think I should do nothing? No, I think you should stop giving him the version of you he knows how to use. Silence. The words landed harder than I intended. Dario looked at me for a long moment. Then he gave one sharp nod. Planet. Massimo looked from him to me, then back to the map. For the first time in Bellandi house, no man told me to step aside while the dangerous part was discussed. So I did not. The plan formed around Nico's arrogance. That was the one reliable thing about him. He believed people wanted to belong to him even when they hated him. He believed my family would rather negotiate my return than accept the shame of my defiance. He believed Dario would come like a blade instead of a hand. He believed Ronaldo's betrayal had cut deeper than it had. Most importantly, he believed I would be the easiest thing in the room to use. That made him predictable. Massimo sent a message through a channel Nico trusted. A Marent representative wanted to negotiate. Not my father himself. Nico would have known better than to trust that. My family was too polished to step into mud directly. But a discreet intermediary? Someone offering a quiet transfer to avoid further embarrassment? Nico would believe that. Because he had always believed embarrassment moved my family more than love. He was not wrong. Dario wanted me moved to the northern safe house during the operation. He did not say it as an order, but I saw the war in him when Massimo laid out the security lines. You think I should disappear while men use my name to bait my husband? Dario's eyes held mine. I think San Rocco will become a kill zone. Then do not make me blind to it. I am not taking you into gunfire. I am not asking to stand in front of guns. I am asking not to be hidden from a plan built from what I know. Massimo looked down at the map. Smart man. Dario stepped away from the desk and went to the window. For a moment his back was to me. Rigid. Fighting himself. I let him. Learning did not mean he would like every lesson. Finally he turned. You stay in the armored car until the outer line is controlled. No. His jaw tightened. I lifted a hand. I stay behind the second line with Massimo's men until you confirm the file is present. If Nico asks for proof that I am close enough to negotiate, he gets my voice through a secured line. Not my body, not my face, not until you decide whether approaching him is useful. Massimo's eyes flicked up. That works. Dario's gaze cut to him. Massimo did not retreat. It works, he repeated. Dario looked back at me. You planned that quickly. I have spent a year imagining how to survive rooms where Nico spoke first. His face changed. Pain, then pride, then fear again. Always fear. But this time, fear did not become a locked door. It became a question. If I ask you to stay behind the second line no matter what happens, is that a cage or strategy? My throat tightened. I stepped closer. It is strategy if I understand the reason and choose it. And if I tell you I am afraid? Then I believe you. He exhaled slowly. I am afraid. The confession was quiet enough that only Massimo and I heard it. Massimo pretended to study the map harder. Dario looked at me as if he hated every inch of distance the plan required. I touched his hand. Just once. Let my power reach too, I said. His fingers closed around mine briefly. Then he let go. By dusk I wore black. No jewelry except the ring I had not yet removed because Dario and I had agreed its public death needed witnesses. No softness, no ornament, no wife costume. Mira braided my hair tightly back from my face and said nothing for a long time. When she finished, her hands rested on my shoulders. You look like yourself, she said. I met her eyes in the mirror. I hope so. Dario waited beside the car in the underground garage. Black coat, no tie, gun hidden but not invisible to someone who knew how power sat on a man's body. Around us, Bellandi men moved in controlled silence. Vehicles idled. Radios clicked. Massimo spoke into an earpiece near the front of the line. Dario opened the car door for me. I paused. He did not tell me to get in. He waited. Such a small thing, such an enormous one. I entered. He slid in beside me, not touching until I reached for his hand in the dark between us. His fingers closed around mine. The car moved. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. The city slid past in pieces, wet streets, closed shutters, a woman locking a bakery door, two boys on a scooter laughing like the world did not have teeth. Normal life looked obscene when you were being driven toward a chapel where your husband waited with your name in a stolen file. Dario stared out the window. "You know," I said quietly, "you cannot kill him just because you want to." His mouth barely moved. "I have many reasons besides want." Dario, his eyes came to mine. "If killing him saves you, I will kill him. And if not killing him saves something in you?" He looked away. That answer lived too deep for the car. So I squeezed his hand once. "I need you to come back as you," I said. His gaze returned. The city lights moved across his face. "Which version?" "The one who opens the door after he realizes he locked it." For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he lifted my hand and pressed his mouth to my knuckles. "Not my ring, my skin. I will try." It was not a vow. Vows were easy to make dramatic. Trying was harder. I held on to it anyway. San Rocco waited near the canal like a dead saint no one had buried. The chapel facade was cracked, its bell tower leaning slightly against the darkening sky. The warehouse attached to the back squatted low and wide, windows broken or boarded, stone walls stained by weather and old smoke. Water slapped against the canal edge nearby. Above us, wind moved through the damaged tower. Clang, silence, clang, clang. 3 metallic beats. My skin tightened. Massimo's men moved first, shadows peeling off from darker shadows. The armored car stopped behind a brick wall 2 blocks out. I remained inside with 2 guards and a secure line as agreed, while Massimo directed units into position. Dario stood outside my door. He looked at me through the open window. "If anything changes, I leave with the second line." His jaw tightened. "Say it like you mean it." "I leave with the second line." He nodded. Still not satisfied. Never satisfied when fear was involved. Then his earpiece crackled. Massimo's voice came through the car speaker. Movement inside. Nico visible. Ronaldo confirmed. 4 Valcari connected men, maybe 6 more in the warehouse rear. My stomach turned. Ronaldo. There was no more maybe. The man who had stood behind Nico. The man whose clearance opened service doors. The man who had cornered Orietta and used her brother like a chain. Dario's eyes went cold. "He has the file?" A pause. "Confirmed," Massimo said. "In Nico's hand." Dario looked at me one last time, then walked toward San Rocco. The line stayed open. I heard more than I saw at first. Footsteps over gravel, wind, the broken bell, then Nico's voice, distant but clear through Dario's calm. "I wondered if you would come yourself." Dario answered. "You took something that was not yours." Nico laughed. "So did you." I closed my eyes. The guard beside me shifted. I opened them again. No hiding, not even behind my eyelids. Massimo's voice murmured in the line, "Outer men are holding." Then Nico louder, "Where is my wife?" Dario said, "Not close enough for your hands." "Still speaking for her?" "No." My heart beat once, hard. Dario continued, "Learning not to." Silence. Then Nico laughed again, less amused now. "She has trained you beautifully." Dario did not answer. Good. I could picture Nico's frustration. He wanted fury. He wanted the brother he understood, the one who would lunge at shame and give him the scene he had staged. Dario gave him quiet. It made Nico meaner. "You think she chose you?" Nico asked. "She chose escape. You were simply the door with the largest lock." My throat tightened. Dario's voice remained even. "And you were the room burning behind her." A sharp sound came through the line. Movement. Then Ronaldo's voice. "Enough." I went still. I had heard Ronaldo speak 100 times in corridors. Never like that. Never with authority near Nico. Nico said, "Do not interrupt me." Ronaldo replied, "You already lost the room. Do not lose the deal." The deal. Valcari men, Calari men. Collateral file. Nico's debt. There it was. All of it naked at last. Massimo's voice cut in quietly. Valcari rear line moving. Gunfire cracked before he finished. The car erupted with motion. One guard turned toward the rear window. The other shoved the door wider. "Signora, we move now." My hand went to my stomach. Through the calm, chaos exploded. Shots, shouting. Dario's voice. "Massimo, left side." "Massimo, on it." Another shot, glass breaking. The broken bell clanged wildly now. Not 3 beats, but many, wind and violence making it sound alive. The guard reached for my arm, then stopped himself, remembering orders. "Please," he said. That word moved me more than force would have. I stepped out of the car and followed him behind the thick brick wall toward the second vehicle. Then I saw Nico, not through the comm, in the gap between the chapel and warehouse. He stumbled out from a side door, one hand clutching the file to his chest, the other holding a gun. His hair was wild now, blood darkened his sleeve. Ronaldo ran behind him, shouting something I could not hear. Dario emerged from the opposite side. Too far. Nico saw me. For 1 second the whole world narrowed to his face. Not wounded now. Not charming. Not even angry. Empty. The kind of empty that wanted to take something from the room simply because it could not keep it. His eyes dropped to my stomach. My blood turned to ice. Dario shouted my name. Nico lifted the gun. "If I cannot have the heir," he screamed, "neither can he." The shot cracked the sky open. Chapter 12. The bullet did not sound like thunder when it passed me. Thunder belonged to the sky. This was smaller, meaner. A sharp, violent crack that tore the world into before and after. 1 second I was standing near the brick wall with my hand over my stomach, staring at Nico Bellandi's empty eyes and the gun lifting in his shaking hand. The next, someone slammed into me from the side. My body hit the ground hard. Air ripped out of my lungs. Pain flashed through my shoulder, my hip, my ribs, but it was not bullet pain. Not the deep, hot, impossible thing I expected. It was impact, stone, gravel. The brutal mercy of being thrown out of death's path. A man shouted above me. Another shot cracked, then another. The canal exploded with echoes. For a moment I could not move, could not breathe, could not hear anything except the blood hammering in my ears. The baby, my hand clawed at my stomach, still there. No pain there, no blood. "No, Alessia!" Dario's voice cut through everything. Not dawn, not command. Terror, raw enough to rip. I tried to answer, but my lungs had forgotten how. The guard who had shoved me down crouched over me, one arm braced across the pavement, blood running down the side of his neck from flying stone or glass. His eyes were wide. "Are you hit?" I shook my head. I thought I did. Maybe I only blinked. "I am not hit," I forced out. The words tasted like smoke. The guard sagged with relief for half a second, then gunfire cracked again, and he dragged me behind the brick wall. This time, I let him. Not because I had become obedient, because there were moments when survival was not surrender. Dario was across the open yard, moving like violence given a body. He fired once toward the warehouse roof, forcing a Valcari gunman back from the broken window. Massimo came from the side with 2 men, coordinated, precise, terrifyingly calm. The chapel bell clanged above us, wild now, the broken chain beating metal against cracked bronze like a warning from heaven no saint had agreed to give. Nico staggered backward near the canal. He still had the file. Even running, even bleeding, even after firing at me and the child he had tried to claim, he clutched the papers like they mattered more than breath. Ronaldo stood near him with a gun in both hands, shouting at the Valcari men to cover the south exit. Nico looked at me again, saw me alive. The rage on his face broke whatever human shape remained in him. He lifted the gun a second time. Dario shot him in the shoulder before Nico could aim. Nico spun and hit the ground hard, the file scattering across wet stone near the canal edge. A sound left me, not relief, not horror, something older than both. Dario reached him before anyone else. He kicked Nico's gun away, then grabbed him by the collar and dragged him up against the chapel wall. Nico cried out, one arm hanging useless, blood soaking through the charcoal fabric at his shoulder. Dario's gun pressed beneath his jaw. The entire yard stopped breathing. Even the remaining Valcari men seemed to understand that something larger than a shootout had narrowed to the space between 2 brothers. I pushed myself up. The guard beside me said, "Signora, stay down." No. My legs shook when I stood. Everything hurt. My hip, my ribs, my shoulder, the heel of my palm where gravel had torn skin. My heart most of all, beating too fast, too hard, as if it had only just realized it was still allowed to keep going. Dario did not look away from Nico. Nico laughed, choking on blood and fear. "There he is," he rasped. "The great Don. Kill me in front of her. Show her what kind of man she chose." Dario's hand tightened around the gun. I saw it. The tremor in his control. The line. He had reached it before in the council room. I had pulled him back with 2 fingers on his wrist. This was worse. Nico had fired at me, at the baby, at the future Dario had barely allowed himself to touch without fear. Every instinct in him wanted death, and part of me wanted to give it to him. That was the truth I would not polish. When I saw Nico on his knees with blood on his shirt and terror breaking through his hatred, some wounded animal inside me whispered, "Let him die. Let him finally learn what it feels like to be helpless while someone else decides what his body is worth." But revenge was not freedom. Not if Nico still got to choose the shape of the ending. I walked toward them. Massimo saw me first. His eyes widened slightly, then he shifted, covering my path without blocking it. Around us, Bellandi men secured the yard. One Valcari gunman was down near the warehouse door. Another knelt with his hands behind his head. Ronaldo was being forced to the ground by two of Dario's soldiers, his face twisted with panic now that his chosen side had failed to protect him. Good. Let him taste failed protection. "Dario," I said, his eyes flicked to me. Only for a second. Enough for me to see the nightmare in them. "You were almost hit. I was not. He fired at you." "Yes." "At the baby." My throat tightened. "Yes." The gun remained under Nico's jaw. Nico smiled through blood. "Listen to her," he whispered. "She will make you gentle. Then they will all come for you." Dario's eyes went black. I stepped closer. "Do not let him be the last man you obey tonight." That hit. Dario's jaw locked. Nico's smile faded because he understood it too. Obey. That was what Nico had done all along. Not commanded, not ruled. Obeyed his worst impulses. Obeyed cowardice, envy, obeyed debt. Obeyed the kind of weakness that dressed itself up as ownership because it could not survive being alone. Dario's gun did not lower. "Alessia." "No." My voice shook, but I did not stop. "If you kill him now, it will feel good for one breath. Then every man who wanted this story to be about your violence instead of his crime will get what they need." Nico spat blood onto the stone. "Always so clever now." I looked at him. "No, I was always clever. You were just too vain to notice." His face changed. That cut deeper than fear. Good. Dario's breathing slowed. I saw the Don fighting the man, the lover fighting the father, the brother fighting the executioner. I saw every brutal lesson in his body, every Bellandi rule that told him threats ended in graves, every new promise to me trying to hold its ground against blood. Then he lowered the gun. Not fully, but enough. Nico laughed once, weak and triumphant. Mistake. Dario drove his fist into Nico's stomach with such force Nico folded over, choking. Then Dario caught him by the back of the neck and forced him down to his knees in the mud and broken gravel. Alive, humiliated, powerless. Worse for Nico than dead. Dario's voice was low. "You do not die as a brother. You stand trial as a traitor." Nico coughed, face gray. "You think a trial saves you?" "No," Dario said. "It makes sure everyone hears what you are before you disappear." Massimo approached with zip ties and two men. Nico started to struggle. Dario leaned closer. "If you move toward her again, I will stop being improved." Nico went still. The words should not have made me want to cry. They did. Because there, in the mud beside San Rocco, Dario did not pretend he had become harmless. He did not promise sainthood. He told the truth. That restraint was a choice he was making, again and again, for me, for the baby, for himself. And tonight, he made it. Massimo bound Nico's hands, then turned toward Ronaldo. The former fixer was on his knees near the warehouse wall, blood at his temple, hands tied behind him. His eyes darted toward me, then away. Coward, always looking for exits. Massimo grabbed him by the collar and hauled him forward. Ronaldo stumbled, trying to speak before anyone asked. "I can explain." Dario looked at him. The yard went silent again. Ronaldo swallowed. "It was Nico. He made the agreement. He owed Severin. I only opened doors because you were paid," Massimo said. "No, because he threatened." "You threatened Orietta's brother," I said. Ronaldo's mouth snapped shut. Dario turned his head slowly toward me. I stepped closer, holding one hand against my stomach because standing hurt now, but I refused to sit until this was finished. "Orietta was terrified," I said. "In the bathroom. With the tray. She looked at the test and looked like seeing it might get someone killed." Ronaldo's eyes flashed with resentment. "That was enough." "You used her family," I said. He said nothing. Nico laughed weakly from where he knelt. "Everyone uses something." I looked down at him. "No, that is what weak men tell themselves so they can sleep after becoming monsters." Nico's face twisted. Dario glanced at Massimo. "Take Ronaldo, alive." Ronaldo panicked. "Dario, wait. Severin has copies. If you take me in, he releases everything." Massimo leaned close to him. He already did, Rinaldo blinked. Massimo's mouth did not smile. He released enough to burn Nico, not enough to protect you. That is how brokers work. You were never a partner. You were a handle. Rinaldo's face collapsed in slow, sick understanding. For a second, I almost pitied him. Then I remembered Orietta's shaking hands. The pity died cleanly. 2 guards dragged him away. A Bellandi soldier collected the scattered papers near the canal, but one sheet had slipped halfway into dirty water, ink bleeding at the edges. The collateral agreement, the original page, my name, half submerged, the sight pulled me forward before thought could stop me. Alessia, Dario warned, not command. Fear. I bent carefully, ignoring the sharp protest from my ribs, and picked up the wet page. My name was still readable. Alessia Bellandi. Marital asset. Transferable. Physical. Reproductive. Leverage. The words had survived water. Of course they had. Ugly things often did. Nico saw the paper in my hand and smiled faintly. That is still legal enough to embarrass you? I looked at him, really looked, bloodied, kneeling, bound, still trying to own the air between us because he had nothing else left. For a year I had feared his later, his quiet voice in corridors, his hand on my back, his ability to turn rooms against me with a laugh and a sigh. Now he knelt in mud beneath a broken saint's chapel, and all he had left was paper. I folded the wet contract once, then again. Dario watched me. So did Massimo. So did Nico. I walked to the small barrel fire one of the Bellandi men had lit near the side wall for light and heat. The flame bent in the canal wind, bright and hungry. Nico struggled against his bonds. No, he snapped. The panic in his voice was beautiful. You cannot destroy evidence. I paused with the page above the fire, then turned. You are right. His breathing eased, so I held it up for Massimo. Photograph it. Massimo's eyes warmed for one quick second. He took out his phone and documented the page from every angle. Front, back, signature, water damage, my name bleeding but still visible. Done, he said. I looked at Nico. Now it is evidence. Then I dropped the contract into the fire. The paper curled slowly at first, then fast, black eating white, ink twisting, my name darkening, lifting, disappearing into ash. Something inside me went still. Not healed. Healing was too clean a word for what this was, but something loosened. I looked at my left hand. The ring remained there, bright and stubborn. Nico saw where I was looking. His face changed. No. The word came out small. That made it powerful. I pulled the ring from my finger. It resisted over the knuckle, as if my skin had learned captivity and did not know how to release its shape. For one horrible second, it stuck. My breath caught. Then Dario was beside me. He did not touch the ring. He did not help. He only stood close enough that I knew I was not alone if the past hurt on the way out. I pulled harder. The ring slipped free. My finger looked strange without it. Indented, bare mine. I held the ring between my thumb and forefinger. Nico stared at it like I was holding his throat. You are still my wife, he said. His voice shook. I walked back to him, stopped where he could see me clearly. No, I said. I was your alibi, your decoration, your silence, your failed investment, your emergency currency. His eyes glittered with hatred. But I was never yours. I dropped the ring onto the stone in front of him. It bounced once, a tiny, clean sound. Then I stepped on it with my heel and ground it against the wet gravel until the gold bent, not destroyed, bent out of shape, unwearable. That felt right. Some things did not need to vanish to lose power. Some only needed to be made impossible to put back on. Nico looked at the ruined ring. For the first time, he had no words. Dario came to stand beside me, not in front, beside. Around us, San Rocco quieted into aftermath. Men bound prisoners. Weapons were collected. Sirens sounded faintly in the distance, ours or someone else's I did not know. The broken bell finally slowed, returning to its old pattern. Clang, silence. Clang, clang. I felt suddenly weak. My knees softened. Dario turned instantly. This time, when his hands reached for me, I let them. Easy, he said. I am not fainting. You are arguing with me while swaying. I can do both. A sound moved through him. Not laughter exactly, relief with broken edges. He guided me toward the armored car, one hand at my back, one near my elbow, touching only where I allowed. I hated how much I leaned into him. I loved that he did not make a ceremony of noticing. At the car, he helped me sit, then crouched in front of me, scanning my face, my hands, the torn skin on my palm. You need a doctor. I need water. You need both. Bossy. Yes. I looked at him. He looked back. Then softly he corrected himself. I would like to have the doctor check you and the baby. Will you allow it? My throat burned. That was what love was beginning to feel like with him. Not softness only. Correction. Effort. A powerful man choosing to reword himself because my freedom mattered more than his fear. Yes, I whispered. I will allow it. His forehead lowered to my hand, not my stomach. Not yet. My hand. He kissed the scraped knuckles with devastating care that I nearly cried. Then Massimo approached the open car door. Dario. Dario looked up. Nico and Ronaldo are secured. Valcari men taken alive where possible. One escaped through canal access. Severin? Not on sight. Of course not. Men like Severin Valcari did not bleed in first fights. They sent debt, paper, lesser men, and consequences. But his leverage had burned. His channels had exposed themselves. His brokered contract had become proof against Nico and against anyone who touched it. The war was not over. But tonight, the battlefield belonged to us. Massimo's eyes moved briefly to me. The page was captured before burning, the ruined ring also photographed. Arturo has been notified. Council will convene under emergency betrayal statute. I nodded, not because he needed my approval, because I deserved to hear the chain of consequence. Dario rose. Tell Arturo the trial happens tonight. Massimo glanced toward Nico, bound and bleeding near the wall. He may not be conscious for all of it. Dario's voice went cold. Then wake him. Massimo nodded and left. I leaned back against the seat and looked toward the chapel. San Rocco's cracked bell tower stood black against the fading sky. For a moment I imagined the saint above us tired of men using broken holy places to hide their sins. Dario sat beside me. Not too close. Close enough. You should have stayed behind the second line, he said. I turned my head slowly. His face tightened. He already knew. I raised an eyebrow. He exhaled. You were almost killed, and I am trying not to make my fear your fault. The anger that had begun to spark softened into something else. Good. That is all I get? For now. He nodded once, accepting the verdict. Then I reached for his hand. His fingers closed around mine with careful strength. I saw him lift the gun, I said. Dario's face went hard. I know. He was aiming lower than my chest. His hand tightened. I know. The truth sat between us. Nico had not only tried to kill me, he had tried to erase the child rather than lose the claim. I swallowed. The baby is all right. Dario's eyes softened painfully. We will confirm. But I think you are here. His thumb moved once over my hand. I think our child is stubborn enough to be yours, and I think I'm going to spend the next several months pretending I am calm while Mira threatens to sedate me. A laugh burst out of me. Sudden. Unsteady. Alive. It hurt my ribs, but I did not care. Dario looked at me like the sound had done damage to him. The good kind. The human kind. I touched his face. He turned into my palm. Just barely. What happens now? I asked. His eyes held mine. Now Nico stands before the family as traitor, not husband. Ronaldo names every door he opened. Severin Valcari learns that Bellandi women are not collateral routes. Bellandi women. The phrase landed strangely. Not possession. Belonging, maybe. I was not sure yet. And me? I asked. Dario's voice lowered. You decide what name you want next. My throat tightened. Not you take mine. Not you become mine. You decide. I looked down at my bare finger. The skin was red where the ring had been. Marked, but free. For the first time, I imagined the mark fading. Not today. Not tomorrow. But someday. I want my name back first, I said. Dario nodded. Then we take it back. I looked at him. We? His mouth almost curved. If you choose. The car door remained open. Beyond it, men dragged Nico past us. He was conscious now, pale and shaking, bound hands in front of him, shoulder wrapped roughly enough to keep him alive, but not comfortable. His eyes found my bare finger, then my face. For 1 second, I saw the old Nico try to rise, the charmer, the punisher, the husband. Nothing came. There was no ring to point to, no contract to wave, no room clapping, no hand on my back. Only me looking at him from the seat of an armored car, alive, carrying the child he had not managed to steal, beside the man who had chosen not to become a monster just because Nico invited him to. Nico's mouth opened. Dario's body went still. I lifted one hand before either man could speak. Not to stop Dario this time. to stop Nico from thinking his voice still mattered. "No," I said. "One word, the final door." Nico stared at me. Then Massimo pushed him forward and he disappeared into Bellandi custody. I sat back. The sky over San Rocco had begun to darken. Dario squeezed my hand once, not asking, not claiming, present. I placed my other hand over my stomach. The baby was still only a secret under skin, too small to answer, too new to understand the war already fought around it. But I spoke anyway, softly for myself, for her, though I did not know she was her yet. For the woman I had been before men taught me silence. No one sells what was born to rule. Epilogue. My daughter was born during a thunderstorm. Not a gentle one. Not one of those pretty spring rains that slid down windows like tears and made poets unbearable. No. Serafina Alessia Bellandi came into the world while the sky tried to split itself open above Bellandi House, while rain slammed against the windows, while the old trees bent beneath the wind as if even they understood something powerful was arriving. I should have known. Nothing about my child had ever entered quietly. The first time I felt her move, I had been standing in the West Hall where Nico once tried to claim her before a room full of clapping fools. I had gone there alone 6 months after San Rocco, not because I liked the room, but because I was tired of certain places, thinking they still had teeth. Dario had found me beneath the chandelier, one hand on my stomach, my eyes lifted toward the ceiling. He had stopped at the doorway. Not entered, not commanded, just waited. He did that now, waited first, asked second, moved third, most days. Some days he still forgot for half a breath and became the Don before the man. Then he would catch himself, look at me with that grave, furious honesty I had come to trust more than apologies, and correct his own words before I had to cut him with mine. That was how we survived love in a house built by men who mistook possession for devotion. We corrected. We learned. We chose again. That day in the West Hall, Serafina kicked so hard beneath my palm that I gasped. Dario crossed the room before discipline could catch him, then stopped one step away, his hand hovering. "May I?" I had looked at him, this ruthless man who had once accepted a night to save me from worse men, then spent every day after trying to prove I was not something he had bought. My throat had tightened. Yes, his hand settled over mine. The baby kicked again. Dario Bellandi, Don of the Bellandi family, feared across cities and coastlines and old bloodlines that pretended not to fear anyone, went absolutely still. Then his eyes filled. Not dramatically, not with a sob, just enough, a shine he refused to hide from me. "She knows this room," I whispered. His jaw tightened. "She will know it differently." I believed him, not because love made me stupid, because he had earned belief in pieces, the way men like him should have to earn it. The divorce and annulment hearings had been vicious. Nico, even from custody, tried to claw my name back into his mouth. He claimed humiliation, coercion, betrayal, mental distress. He claimed the baby until the blood report destroyed him so cleanly the council chamber went silent for nearly a minute. Not his. Never his. The legal line broke first, then the family one, then the myth. Nico Bellandi had always needed stories more than truth. Once the story died, he became exactly what he had tried so hard not to be. Small. His trial was not public in the way outsiders understood public. No courtroom photographers, no microphones, no spectacle for the city to gorge itself on. But in our world, privacy did not mean mercy. The allied families heard every charge: misuse of Bellandi funds, Valcari-linked debt, illegal collateral agreement, forgery, attempted forced retrieval, attempted murder of the Don's unborn child, attempted murder of me. That final phrasing had mattered to Dario. He had insisted on it. Not just the heir, not just the bloodline. Me. I was not an attachment to the crime against Serafina. I was the woman Nico had aimed at. The woman he had tried to erase because he could no longer own the child beneath my heart. Dario had stood beside me during the final council ruling, but not in front of me. Nico was stripped of the Bellandi name in all operational and inheritance matters. His assets were seized. His remaining loyalists exposed. His marriage to me dissolved through civil, family, and church channels with enough documentation that even the Marants stopped pretending obedience was the same as dignity. My father sent one letter, only one. It began with, Your mother and I hope you understand the impossible position we were placed in. I burned it after the first line. Dario watched from the doorway of the sitting room, silent. When the paper curled into ash, he asked, "Do you want me to ruin him?" I had almost smiled. Not because it was funny, because once a question like that would have sounded like romance to me. A man willing to burn the world. Now I understood the difference between devotion and destruction. "No," I said. "I want him to live knowing I did not need him ruined to be free." Dario accepted that. It cost him, I saw it. But he accepted it. The Marants lost influence anyway. Not because Dario destroyed them outright, but because doors stopped opening when their name approached. Invitations thinned, business cooled, allies became busy. Polite society, which had once been so eager to judge me, developed an equally eager instinct for survival. My father had chosen embarrassment over his daughter. The world learned. That was enough. Ronaldo gave names before the month ended. Cowards often turned useful when the room got cold enough. He named docs, accounts, 2 Valcari couriers, a judge's clerk, and 3 men inside Bellandi operations who had taken payment to keep Nico's little empire of debt breathing. He also admitted what he had done to Orietta. That one mattered to me. Orietta sat in Dario's office with her hands folded so tightly her knuckles went white while Ronaldo confessed to threatening her brother. She cried without sound, exactly the way women learn to cry when men punish noise. When it was done, I sat beside her. Not above, beside. "You survived him," I told her. She looked at me with tears on her face. "So did you." After that, I made Dario create a protection fund in my name. Not charity. Not pretty sympathy money, a real one. For staff, for wives, for sisters, for anyone inside Bellandi reach who was being quietly squeezed by men, using family, debt, or reputation as a leash. Dario did not hesitate. He asked me what authority I wanted attached to it. I told him all of it. He gave it. The first time an old capo complained that I had too much access, Dario asked him if he preferred his retirement in Naples or underground. No one complained twice. Severin Valcari did not disappear. Men like Severin rarely did. He was too careful to stand where bullets could find him easily. But the San Rocco files and Ronaldo's testimony damaged him. His channels were exposed. His brokers became liabilities. 2 allied families withdrew from quiet deals with him after Dario made certain they understood how quickly Cari partnerships became blackmail. There was still tension, still danger, still a war waiting in silk gloves instead of open streets. But Severin learned something too. Bellandi women were not collateral, not routes, not soft entries into harder rooms. And the child inside me had a father who would tear maps apart before letting anyone draw a path through her. But tonight, none of that mattered. Not Nico, not Severin, not council rooms, not contracts, not old rings bent out of shape and locked in evidence drawers. Tonight, there was only thunder, rain, pain, Mira's firm voice, Dario's hand in mine, and the impossible moment when my daughter cried for the first time. The sound broke me. Completely. I had thought I understood what it meant to be alive after San Rocco. I had not. Not until that cry entered the room and rewrote every violent sentence men had tried to make of my body. The doctor lifted her, tiny and furious, slick with birth and rage, her fists clenched like she had come prepared to fight everyone. Mira burst into tears. I laughed and sobbed at the same time. Dario did not move. He stood beside the bed, his hands still wrapped around mine, his face carved open with a kind of awe so naked it hurt to look at him. The doctor placed Serafina on my chest. She was warm. So warm, small enough to fit between my hands and enormous enough to make every empire in the world seem stupid. Her crying softened the second she touched me, as if she knew, as if some part of her understood that my body had carried her through fear, scandal, gunfire, law, blood, and thunder to get her here. "Hello," I whispered. My voice broke, her cheek pressed against my skin. "Hello, my little fire." Dario made a sound. I looked up. He was crying now, no hiding it, no controlled shine. Real tears on the face of a man who had made killers lower their eyes. I smiled through my own. "Are you all right, Don Bellandi?" He gave a breath that might have become a laugh if he had not been so wrecked. "No." "Good." His thumb moved over my knuckles. The doctor and Mira worked around us quietly, but the world had narrowed to the 3 of us. Dario lowered himself beside the bed, not touching the baby yet. Waiting. Still waiting. I looked at him over Serafina's dark little head. You can touch her. He swallowed. Are you sure? She is your daughter. His eyes lifted to mine. And yours first. My heart opened so wide it hurt. Yes, I whispered. Mine first, ours always. His hand came forward with a care that nearly undid me. One finger touched Serafina's tiny fist. She grabbed him. Hard. Dario froze. Then his face changed in a way I would remember until my last breath. This dangerous man, this ruthless Don, this imperfect, learning, stubborn, possessive, restrained, terrified, devoted man, looked down at the smallest hand in the room holding one finger, and he surrendered without losing a war. She is strong, he whispered. She had to be. His jaw tightened. I knew what he was thinking. All the fear, all the danger, all the nights he had sat awake because the world had become too large a threat, and I would not let him make it smaller by locking me away. I touched his face with my free hand. She is here. His eyes closed briefly against my palm. You. Yes. The thunder rolled over the roof. Serafina made a tiny, offended sound as if weather had already disappointed her. I laughed softly. Dario looked at me then. Not at the baby. At me. That mattered after birth in a way I had not expected. The room had become filled with Serafina, and rightly so. But Dario's eyes still found me, still asked silently if I was hurting, if I was frightened, if I was present in my own body. I love you, he said. Quietly. No audience, no chandelier, no counsel, no claim. Only truth, offered with no chain attached. My breath caught. We had danced around the words for months, in actions, in corrections, in doors left open, in the way he learned to ask before fear took over, in the way I learned to tell him when his love felt too much like walls, in the way he placed power in my hands even when every instinct in him wanted to close his fist around danger and crush it himself. I looked down at our daughter, then at him. I love you too. The words did not feel like surrender. That surprised me. They felt like standing. Dario bowed his head over my hand and Serafina's fist. For a long while, none of us moved. Later, after the doctor had finished and Mira had wrapped Serafina in a soft ivory blanket, Dario carried us both. Not because I needed carrying, though perhaps I did, but because I let him. There was a difference. He took us to the room we had chosen together months ago. Not his old private bedroom, not Nico's wing, not any room with old ghosts waiting in the wallpaper. Our room. Wide windows, open balcony doors when weather allowed, no lock that I could not open from inside. That had been my only non-negotiable. Dario had added his own, a chair by the nursery door. I had teased him for that. He had said nothing, only looked at the empty crib like it contained every vulnerability he had spent his life refusing to name. Now, the crib waited near our bed because I had decided Serafina would sleep close at first, and no one, not counsel, not tradition, not a single old woman with advice wrapped in pearls, had dared argue with me. Dario laid her down only after I nodded. She stretched one tiny hand beside her cheek and sighed like she had conquered something. Maybe she had against the pillows, exhausted in every bone, watching her breathe. Dario sat beside me, not touching until I reached for him. I placed my head on his shoulder. He kissed my hair. Marry me, he said. I lifted my head slowly. His expression remained calm, but I knew him too well now. He was not calm. He was terrified. My tired mouth curved. That sounded dangerously close to an order. His eyes widened slightly, then narrowed at himself. Will you marry me? Better. A breath escaped him. I do not ask because of Serafina. I know. I do not ask to repair scandal. I know. I do not ask because I think love requires my name on you. My throat tightened. Then why? He looked at the crib, then back at me. Because I want a life where every morning you wake and choose to stay, and every night I am grateful you did. The words entered quietly, deeply. No performance, no possession, just the terrifying softness of a powerful man asking to be chosen by the woman he could no longer imagine commanding. I looked at my bare finger. The skin had healed months ago. No mark remained from Nico's ring. Not one. I held out my hand. Dario's breath stopped. Not tonight, I said. His face shifted, pain and understanding moving together. Of course, I laced my fingers with his. I want to say yes when my body is not shaking from giving birth. He laughed then, a real laugh. soft and broken and beautiful. I leaned closer. But I will say this. I looked at him, making sure he heard every word. I choose you tonight. His eyes darkened with emotion. And tomorrow? He asked. I smiled. Ask me tomorrow. He kissed me gently, not long, not demanding. A promise that knew better than to pretend it owned the future. Serafina stirred in her crib. We both turned instantly. She settled again, one tiny fist raised near her face. Dario whispered, "She looks ready to fight." "She is my daughter." His mouth curved. "Yes, she is." The storm began to soften near dawn. Rain became a whisper against the windows. The first pale light touched the crib, the bed, Dario's hand in mine, and the room that had become ours not because a man gave it, but because I chose to stay inside it. I thought of the night Nico sold me. The contract, the ring crushed beneath my heel, the fire eating my name off that wet page. For a long time I had believed freedom would feel like running. Sometimes it did. Sometimes freedom was an open door. Sometimes it was a keycard in your own hand. Sometimes it was saying no and watching a man obey it. Sometimes it was saying yes and knowing it belonged to you. And sometimes freedom was a daughter sleeping beside you while the storm moved on, born from a night men tried to make dirty, loved by a father who learned that protection without choice was only another cage, and held by a mother who had finally taken back every part of her name. Serafina sighed in her sleep. Dario's thumb brushed mine. I looked at my daughter, then at the man beside me, then at the open balcony doors where dawn entered without asking permission. And for the first time in Bellandi house, I did not feel swallowed. I felt rooted. I felt chosen. I felt free. And that is the end of Alessia and Dario's story. If you made it all the way to the end, thank you. You already know this was not just a story about forbidden love. This was about a woman who had been treated like a quiet wife, a failed investment, a family embarrassment, and finally, a debt to be paid. But Alessia was never collateral. She was never Nico's possession. She was never just the woman standing between two brothers. She was the woman who survived the room, found her voice, protected her child, and made sure the man who tried to sell her lived long enough to watch her become free. And Dario? He was not perfect. He made mistakes. He protected too hard. He had to learn that love without choice can become another cage, but what made him worthy was that he listened, corrected himself, opened the doors, and chose to become a better man instead of just a more powerful one. That is why their love worked. Not because it was easy, because they both fought for it honestly. If this story had you angry, emotional, yelling at Nico, falling for Dario, or cheering when Alessia crushed that ring, please leave a comment below. I want to know the exact scene that hit you the hardest. And if you enjoyed this Dark Mafia romance audiobook, please like the video, subscribe to Alessia Bellandi audiobooks, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next dangerous, emotional, scandal-filled romance. Your support helps this channel grow, and every like, comment, share, and replay tells YouTube to push these stories to more romance lovers. Thank you for listening, thank you for being here, and thank you for making this community feel alive. This story is an original work written and produced by Alessia Bellandi. All characters, names, plot lines, dialogue, and story elements are fictional and protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, reposting, re-uploading, narration, adaptation, or distribution of this story, in whole or in part, is strictly prohibited without written permission. Until the next story, remember, in this world, love is dangerous, but betrayal is deadly.